All right, here we go. I've got a clicker around here somewhere. Where's my clicker gone? Where has my clicker gone? Sit wherever you like. You can sit there, or yeah, sit here. I had a clicker somewhere. Anybody seen the clicker? No.
Mics are here.
Mics are here.
Mics are here. I'm trying to click on the slide to get the to move the slide along. Yeah, I do. Yeah, but that's not it. Oh well. Not to worry. Has anybody entered the prize draw to win a pair of VUX World trainers? Yes, good. Nice. You still do have some time if you want to do that. And yeah, feel free to do that. I'm just going to try and find this scanner. Where the hell have I done that? Anyway, we'll move on. We have, I think Taras is going to do a draw, wherever Taras has gone. We're going to have a prize draw for that, and we're going to give you some trainers in just one moment. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, hope you had a good lunch today, and this afternoon we're going to have an immense panel discussion with Diana Doherty and Raj Koneru, CEO of Core AI, and we're going to be talking all about how Florida Blue has implemented a visual IVR and all the lessons learned there. Anybody involved in health insurance in the room? Yes? Cool. A couple of Florida Blue people. Cool. We'll do that. We'll come back to the draw, and we'll do the draw in just one moment. What have I done with that clicker? I do want to move that slide on somehow.
I'm wondering if people didn't know that it's back here.
Maybe. That's not it. Yeah, go on. Taras can be the clicker. Cool. Nice, let's do it. So, yeah, thank you for joining us, Raj. Thank you, Daniela.
Yeah,
appreciate
thank you,
it. No problem. So maybe we should set some context. Raj, do you want to kind of introduce yourself and tell us a bit about Core AI?
Yeah, so I'm Raj Koneru. I'm the founder and CEO of Core.ai. We're a conversational AI platform company. We provide platforms and solutions that enable large enterprises to deploy conversational AI, both for customer-facing use cases and employee-facing use cases. I mean, to be able to automate as many of those interactions as possible, improve the experience, and reduce cost overall.
Fantastic. And recently, at the start of the year, Gartner Magic Quadrant?
The what?
Gartner Magic Quadrant leader, yeah?
Yes. So we were lucky to be placed where we were placed in the Gartner Magic Quadrant, thanks to customers like Daniela believing in us.
Fantastic. And the Gartner Magic Quadrant, for those of you who haven't seen it, essentially what Gartner did is there's somewhere in the region of 2,000 conversational AI technology vendors, and Gartner went out into the market and they said, okay, well, what kind of stuff is important when it comes to enterprise automation? And they filtered that 2,000 down to, I think it ended up being something like 20 in the end. And there was a small handful that were in the leader quadrant, Core AI being one of them, and it's been doing some amazing stuff, amazing work. So yeah, thank you for joining us. And Daniela, tell us about yourself and Florida Blue, what you do at Florida Blue.
So I've been at Florida Blue about 3 years, started as a consultant, and this was going to be my second career. I had retired from the financial industry and got to join a really cool group of people that are really focused on driving technology to give our members more services that they can handle on their own. Self-service. We wanted to increase self-service. We wanted to make sure that the satisfaction of what we put out there was always a heavy focus. And there's just so much opportunity because now we are excited about what we are evolving. Smart IVR, we call it, our visual IVR, is kind of the first thing that we started with Core. And what we wanted to do was give an opportunity for customers when they call us to leverage cell phones. You know, we have over 85% of the world has a cell phone, right? So the smart devices are available, and that's a channel that we should expand upon so that customers can use the services a little more easily. Fantastic. And so the use case we're going to talk about today is a visual IVR
use case. And I think it was Frank, the first speaker from earlier on today, mentioned that visual IVRs were kind of spoke about a lot a while back, maybe I think you mentioned something like 10 years ago, but technology really wasn't there to be able to make it happen, whereas now, because the technology's gotten better, and I suppose customer behavior has gotten more sophisticated. We all talk to Siri every day and Alexa and stuff like that. We're a bit more skilled in how to interact using our voice and stuff like that with technology. Raj, what are you seeing as far as the kind of wider trends around conversational AI, things like multimodal, things like visual IVR? Are you seeing those kind of things becoming more prevalent?
Yeah, I think the technologies are there today. You have different types of NLP engines. You have dialogue management engines, orchestration engines. Companies like us provide all of those things. But I think what all that does is enable companies like Florida Blue to reimagine those experiences. And each use case can be delivered with a different experience. Some could be just purely conversational. Some could be just in voice or just in chat. But then the combination, is very, very, very powerful. So the medical ID card use case that we implemented at Florida Blue, is actual value to a member. I go to a doctor's office, I don't have my medical card. It's so easy for me to make a phone call, get it, instantly, and be able to move forward with my appointment, essentially. We've seen the similar use cases where people want to change their address. Now, when you're speaking to an ASR engine, the ASR engine is most probably going to get your address wrong, essentially. So again, that's a great use case for visual IVR. In addition to that, explanation of benefits. You have a long bill, and there's items in that bill, and you have questions. It's easier to send the bill and be able to point to things on the bill, that you want to explain through your smart IVR. So we're seeing now that the technologies are better understood and appreciated and relied upon by large enterprises, we're seeing the people who are getting the maximum value are the ones that can reimagine these experiences, to provide something like Apple-ish, if you will.
Apple-ish, that's a good one. So Daniela, tell us a little bit about that use case then. Can you explain a little bit of background and what it involves and what it actually is?
So I'll explain what we had before we went to the smart visual IVR. So our customers would call the call center, number at the back, back of their card on their statement, because they don't have their card, assuming, and they say, I want to have an ID card, okay? Our IVR, traditional IVR, can do that. We can, and the IVR would say, yes, no problem, Ms. Kennedy, I'll go ahead and mail it to your address that we have on file. You should receive it in 7 days, in 7 business days. Well, typically in a customer's mind, 7 days, 3 days later, it feels like it's been 2 weeks, right? They typically will call back. I haven't received my card yet. Well, we did send it out. It'll take some time to get in the mail. Well, in this now, we've offered an opportunity for members. They could also go, online and ask for the information on their card, but they're on the phone, right? We have them on the phone. They now have a cell phone. We say, would you like to get a digital copy of your ID card? Customers say yes. They now get an image of their ID card. They have it in their phone, they can save it, and they can go to the doctor with that phone immediately. And we found that customers really like that option a great deal. We started with that business case, we started with that user case because we wanted to test the technology and see if customers wanted to use it. So that was the first thing we did middle of last year. That went really well. And then we started adding other features. We add the payment features, and then we add, changing your primary care physician on file. Those are all things that we're starting to put into this application that allows customers to have the information in their hand and avoid having to go to an advocate. So from a business perspective, it really frees up our advocates to do what we want them to do, to handle the complex items that members need to talk to an advocate, especially in healthcare. It's a serious topic, right? If they're calling, they may be calling about something pretty significant in their life that they want to speak to a human about because it's that intense. And I'd rather have our advocates talk to folks about that then have to mail out an ID card. So that's what we have done with the technology. It's really helped us a great deal. We also now are leveraging, we just recently, this was in August, end of August or September? September. Now we have moved to the core chatbot for on our website. So aligning and copying stuff that we've already done, technology that we've used, any tweaks necessary because it's the online version, but now the consistency across the places customers are calling to get self-service, we have it there.
Is it the same use case on the chat that it is?
There is. We've already have same use case. So starting with ID card, and then we're going to progress.
Now it's on the web.
Yep.
Nice, nice. And what were the kind of, I suppose, you mentioned what the before situation was like. What was it that led you to want to do it in the first place? Was it because it wasn't an ideal customer experience? Were there other kind of business drivers at play that had you initially investigate doing this stuff?
It's really about where the world is evolving to, right? You think about the member, the millennials, right? Think about just how many times do people want to speak to an advocate. Times are changing, and we didn't have enough features that were self-serviceable in an easy, acceptable way, being honest, right? And reality is, in the old way, it was like we almost encouraged customers to call us for anything you need. Well, that's not sustainable, and quite frankly, we are in a world today, I don't know how many hands, how many people want to speak to a service advocate versus solving it on your own, right? That's the reality of life. So we really wanted to start exploring what are those things that we can do for Florida Blue to give our members those extra channels for them to self-service.
Are you seeing that, Raj, with other clients? Is it the kind of drive to be more Apple-ish, to use that phrase, or is there other things that you're noticing people are doing this because of?
I mean, there's the broader theme of digital transformation, right? Every company wants to be an Uber, right? Completely contactless, it's a business that runs digitally completely. So when it comes to the touch points with the customer, most of the enterprises realize that is a representation of their brand. We like the Apple brand because of the ease of use, basically, and that's why we call it Apple-ish, right? So when you step back, yes, the enterprises want to give self-service to the consumers, not force the consumer to talk to an advocate or an agent, for simple stuff. Those are some of the tactical things, but when you step back and look at it, that experience that the enterprise is delivering, making it easy for the customer or the member, the provider, or whoever the end user is, bleeds over into the feeling that the consumer has about the brand, essentially. And that creates affinity, that creates loyalty, that creates promotion of that brand. So at the end of the day, these experiences deliver extraordinary outcomes. So the technology, the idea, the delivery of that idea in a beautiful way, delivers an extraordinary experience with which you get extraordinary outcomes. And that's what CEOs are seeing. That's what digital transformation is all about. And we're seeing that across the board, basically. So it's not that the brand is now owned only by marketing, basically, the focus of the brand. The brand is now owned by customer service. The brand is owned by everybody who touches the customer from a sales, and a post-sales situation.
Well, we heard from Brian Jefferson from Landry's. He views his contact center as a revenue generator rather than a cost center, and so you have to be investing in customer experience if you want to, be driving revenue. Daniela, how did you approach implementing something like this? You've got a situation now where you're saying, look, this process we have for this use case is not great. We want to be more kind of customer centric. We want to do something that's easier. We want to kind of invest in really improving that customer experience. What steps did you take and what led you to Core AI?
First, we put together a very large team that represented, the technology team, the digital team, the business, the contact centers. We had representation across the board, and we interviewed a great many vendors in this space. Okay, we started with, I think it was over 11 at one point, got it down to 9, Then we RFP'd with only 4, and then from the 4, we narrowed it down to even further. And then we had the last 2 actually do a proof of technology, proof of concept.
Nice.
Because it was so important that we can hit the ground running. So we wanted to do this and implement it as quickly as possible, understanding the nuances of our business and some of the challenges that we had. You know, not 100% cloud, starting on-premise. Eventually, you know, we're going to move more and more to cloud. But at the condition we were in, not everybody's ready to deal with somebody who's maybe hybrid, right? And Core was. And then the partnership was, you know, critical. So once we did, you know, select Core as our partner, we really worked together a great deal. I always tell the story to people. It's interesting because one time with all, you know, pandemic, nobody sees each other face to face. We all talk on video or just audio. And our first meeting that we had, we brought your team together and our team together. People were walking in the door, and there were a few of his folks that I thought were our folks, right? Because that's the way you work as a partnership to evolve these things, right? And making sure that you have the right people at the table talking about how to make this transition, this integration, and what is the customer experience. If the passion about the customer experience isn't in every single person around that table, they needed to be out.
And it's interesting how you went through quite a process to narrow down, you know, the providers that you were looking for. Obviously, Raj, you and your team have been involved in a tremendous amount of these kind of processes. What would your advice be to somebody who would be in a similar position to what Daniela was? And I think it'd be interesting to get your response as well, Daniela, to how to approach that process, because sometimes you don't know what you don't know. And so how does somebody who doesn't really understand the technology, how do they go about actually effectively selecting? Say again?
But, I mean, look, the reality is that the space is new. You know, when you think about the technology, you know, IT folks have been used to UI-based computing all their lives, right? It started with the green terminal, mainframe terminals, to Windows, to web, to mobile, and everything had a screen. For the first time, IT is being challenged to deliver an experience just with language. And that's new. That's new to the business, that's new to IT. So educating the customer from a vendor perspective is job number 1, basically. Then comes the partnership, then comes the support, then comes everything else. So if I were an enterprise, you know, I would try to pick a vendor who educates me, you know, who gives me the information, of course answers my questions, and can show me, you know, the technology in action, and give me the technology to let me play with it. A lot of times, you know, vendors provide managed services, so they do it for you, and then you don't own anything, you know, you're dependent on them. I think the technology in this case has come to a point where, you know, it's like any other software. You know, you can touch it, feel it, configure it, customize it, use it. So I would look for those things when I'm looking for a vendor. You know, from a vendor perspective, you know, we don't want to keep doing POCs in every single situation, basically because it just takes too much time and effort for everybody involved, both the customer and us. So being able to give them proof points, you know, with enough detail is our challenge, basically to convince them.
Was there anything in particular, had you worked in Conversational AI beforehand, Daniela? Did you have an idea about the kind of things you were looking for before that?
Had an idea, yes. Had compared and been a customer of those that are using the technology, yes. But having to actually work the project with a team that was relatively new for me as well on the Florida Blue side. And the challenge is, because everybody, you know, all of you vendors will say, out of the box, you can be up in 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Okay, everybody says that. Reality is, if it was just up to you, maybe yes, but there is integration that has to happen and all of that technology that then has to meet. So I think that, you know, your question about what ask the vendor tons of questions, kick the tires, look under the hood, ask for use cases, give me proof of the people that you've worked with and what you've done. And then make sure that you're not just the business side of the house, it's just the digital side, but make sure the technology folks are in there, because they're the ones that then have to make it come to reality. And if they're not clear on what has to happen, it'll fail. So it really is, I know that you just mentioned, POCs, of course, it's costly for everybody, but it is right now, especially on new technology, it's the ultimate proof.
That's true.
Right?
It's true, absolutely. I think getting people comfortable with the technology is a very important thing. And there are various ways to try to cut down the time and effort in it. You could do it in a quick workshop method, which we promote quite a bit. We'll bring a team, you bring your team, business, IT, everybody. Let's lock ourselves in a room for a day or two, and then we'll show you everything we have. You can touch and feel it. We can build something together. And those kinds of ideas are being acceptable right now.
How was the process of implementing it then? You've gone through this selection process. You've identified Core AI. What was the process from that moment on? What happened? What was involved?
Get it done. I mean, what do you mean? Once we've decided on core, then it was a question of, all right, we've already started working together. We know what we want to do. Here's the first use case. Let's look at a timeline and just get that project plan going and start making it happen. And it was really important because you always have to convince the powers that be that offer the funding to do all this stuff, right, that it is worth it. And again, method to the madness of saying, let's start with this specific, use case. It helped us prove that there's value in it. And not only about how many, because there's a lot of savings in that, let's face it, operationally there's a lot of savings, but the customer satisfaction was the biggest selling point. We did a thumbs up, thumbs down after everybody that used this, and we were in the 90s of satisfaction scores, which is fantastic, right? So you've got to make sure that you have measurable proof that it works. Make sure it's understood that it works, because that's how then it can continue to evolve into, other use cases, other funding for additional work that we may want to do.
And what was required? I'm assuming that you lent heavily on the Core AI team for the implementation and the design and things like that. What was required of your team? You mentioned earlier on you had to get a big team, technology, all these other kind of people involved. What was required on your side for others who are kind of wanted to do something similar?
And because we were, we're still premise-based, there was a lot more work on the technology side than you would have had if it was just cloud-based. It would have been heavier on core only. It was a true partnership. I'd say it was 50-50% of the work, right? On the side.
The IT team at Florida Blue was heavily involved. They came up to speed. They did 50% of the work. So, and that's what normally happens, right? Our platform is new to the customer. They don't know how it works initially. So we get more involved in the beginning, and over time they get comfortable. I mean, there's another customer here at the conference. I mean, last night he was telling me, the customer was telling me, he has 140 people, in his team now building stuff, and they do it all themselves. And we are just support them. And after a year or so. So once they come up to speed, we love that, because then customers can innovate on their own and rely on us for support and give us feature requests and help us define our roadmap, basically. And that's a good partnership.
Nice. So what stage are you at now then, Daniela? Is it like Raj was suggesting there, that you and your team have got, I suppose, more ownership and control and management of the situation?
Yeah. We have a plan together. We are producing more and more features. An agile team that's constantly focused on trying to drive more and more features. We release, as often as we can. We already have our 2023 roadmap to finish some more features. And then we can't wait to get past what's in our backlog, because we're continuing to grow the backlog of other things that we can do. So it's pretty exciting, because we got it now. We're becoming experts at it, and we are moving much faster and getting more and more features into our application.
Nice. And you mentioned earlier on that the idea was to kind of like improve the customer experience and turn what was, a kind of like a more traditional kind of service into something more contemporary. And the thumbs up, thumbs down thing in terms of, you know, seeing that it's working. Is there anything else that you're using to measure the impact that it's having?
How many customers are being self-serviced versus wanting to go speak to an advocate? If the feature is understandable, simple, to the point, and gives the customer the answers they want, they don't need to speak to an advocate. So trying to drive up the self-service containment is a measure that we look at very, very carefully to see if there's value there, right? Because, and you know, satisfaction, number one, containment, number two, and quite frankly, if customers aren't containing because they're not satisfied with then we listen carefully, get the feedback, and make tweaks along the way. We've already done tweaks many times already on the features that we put out there because we're constantly evaluating how the customers are seeing it and what the end results are.
Any other things you would recommend, Raj, in terms of measuring the impact of this? It seems as though now what's nice is that like 5 years ago, a lot of these kind of applications were kind of, I suppose, a little bit more, or a little bit less transactional. They weren't really doing transactions. There's a lot of FAQ stuff, a lot of light touch kind of stuff. And then the measuring success is quite difficult, and you kind of rely on more technical measures around like the NLU, confidence scores, and all this kind of stuff. Whereas now, because businesses are actually doing things like this, processing requests for digital ID cards and others, it's getting a lot more transactional, and so the metrics become more about what's the value to the business. Anything you can share in terms of how either Florida Blue or other clients are kind of measuring the impact that this stuff has had beyond what Danielle has mentioned?
I mean, there are more detailed metrics like NLP, success rates, drop-off rates, you know, all those kinds of things. But I think the most important ones are the ones that, you know, Daniela talked about, which is customer satisfaction. Can we measure it? Can we see it improve? Which use case they use more versus others, basically, and at what point during the dialogue do they drop off to an agent? You know, where is the frustration point? And associated with that is, are we being empathetic to their needs? You know, can we measure the sentiment of the customer? You know, the customer could be speaking to the virtual assistant, could be very angry, but still be contained. But you don't want an angry customer. So the sentiment, measuring that is useful, basically. And of course, the containment at the end of the day is hard dollars. That's why we get the funding for the projects, you know, to begin with. We're starting to see some of our customers now come up with ideas to upsell or cross-sell additional things. So like you said, it can be a revenue-generating opportunity, or it could be an additional cost-cutting opportunity. Like somebody calls in to pay their bill, you know, you ask them, do you want to receive, you know, digital statements and stop receiving paper statements, for example. That's an additional cost saving. But it's in the context of that conversation. So I think that's the next phase. We went from just FAQs to inquiries, you know, what's my balance, you know, what kind of stuff, to transactional, I want to do something, to now the brand or the enterprise is now recognizing they already know who you are in most cases. They know what you're talking about right now. Now they can suggest things to you. So we become, the virtual assistant becomes a recommendation engine at the end of the day.
Nice, nice. Very good, very good. I'll throw it open for some questions. If anyone has any questions, please do raise your hand and we'll have Raj and Daniela answer them. Any questions for Raj or Daniela around this use case? No? Fair enough. I'll ask a question about the future. What's next?
Exciting stuff.
What's next?
Exciting stuff. We're very excited about what the future could be because we've already had visions of not just answering questions and processing things because customers contact us, whatever channel they come into. You know, they call in, but outbound. We have a vision for helping customers send that reminder through their phone. They're used to phone reminders of go to your doctor. Did you do this? Or, you know, do you need to make a payment? Things that will avoid the customer having to even call in, right? Because we help them, you know, more proactively. We do have a lot of use cases in our mind as we continue to grow, how many folks are working on this team. There's a lot of things. Our retail side has a lot of great ideas to help their sales agents. There's just so much. I can't, I don't want to tell all the secrets of what we're going to do, but we are excited about how more we're going to expand on the work that we've done so far.
Yeah, Daniela she's expressing what I hear from a lot of customers. So once they try it, they get some benefit out of it, they see the light at the end of the tunnel, push, the number of ideas just go through the roof, essentially. So we're seeing that in many of our customers after their first implementation, the roadmap just goes through the roof in terms of, and it goes across the organization. It's not just customer facing. When we have a customer in Germany, and we were surprised that this was the use case. It's a large industrial customer, one of the most recognized brands in the world, in the industrial world. And they wanted to start with a procurement use case.
Interesting.
And, I was surprised. And they explained to us that somebody wants to procure something from within the company, and then it goes to the procurement division. They then send request bids from their suppliers, and the suppliers then bid, and then it goes to the person trying to procure, and he evaluates, and then he picks, a vendor, and then it goes back to procurement. The time it took to actually the start of that process to the end was so long that by the end, many of those requests for procurement were no longer required. So they terminated the request. So they wanted to build a bot that went three-way. So you have three participants in the bot: the person requesting it, the procurement person, and all the suppliers, essentially. And they built that out. They've now launched it in about 7 or 8 countries in different languages. And now they're working with us to build a procure assist solution, basically, to be able to roll it out in 40-odd countries in different languages. Wow. So you're seeing these use cases come out of nowhere where there's real value. And another company in Switzerland saw this and want to deploy the same thing, basically, for their use cases, slightly different, but same value statement, essentially. So you see now use cases that are customer-facing before the sale. We were just talking to a customer, but all they're interested in pre-sales. They want a sales assistant to sit on their website, and watch what the customer is doing, and be able to start recommending things, configuring products, providing proactively pricing on products, information on products, and then be able to then help the same customer post-sale. But that customer also wants to use this for procurement. There are use cases in legal. Somebody needs an NDA, and they don't want to wait for 3 days for the legal department to send them an NDA that they can share with the vendor, essentially. They're deploying a virtual assistant, basically. There are HR use cases, obviously. There are both in recruiting and general HR. So you have use cases all over the enterprise now.
And those internal ones are pretty interesting, aren't they? Because they can be used to help get support internally for further development of external facing things. If HR and IT and all of these internal teams are using conversational AI, it helps kind of get them more comfortable and perhaps reduce some of the perceived risk around automating some of the more higher ticket kind of items and things like that.
I think the one concept I think is most important. While customer satisfaction, employee satisfaction is important, from a business standpoint, it's the speed of business. Basically, if I can get things done now, and I don't have to wait for 2 days, I move things faster. So revenue comes in faster, basically, and profits come in faster. And that's what conversational AI ultimately does. It makes it easy for people to get things done, basically, rather than learning an application and getting used to an application and then using it, basically, and that is what the real benefit is at the end of the day.
Interesting. So what does your team look like now then? Is it, because now that you're doing more of the kind of management yourself, have you got kind of like a core team that's dedicated purely on this? Is it kind of part of other people's jobs and people kind of chip in?
We have agile teams. We've established that this one team that has been together to start this is going to stay together, which is the most important thing, because we've now proved the value and there's going to be a lot more work ahead. And because we are now well-versed in how to use the application to our benefit, They're working more efficiently. They're training others. We're going to grow other agile teams to continue to grow what we want to do. So the teams are going to grow. I mean, it's exciting. We are very excited about what the future holds, but we definitely have started something that has gotten a lot of attention within the organization. I know that there's a lot of interest from other companies hearing what others are doing, and it's fantastic. I think and today, this conference here, and we're excited about a lot of the synthetic voices and how much faster you can make changes, and we can just see it evolve even further as we combine all these different technologies to improve the product that we are putting out there.
Absolutely. And having the technology is fantastic, and it's really nice to see that there is good technology out there, and the synthetic voices are getting better, and all this kind of stuff's getting better, but all of it means nothing unless it's actually being used. And so what's been exciting so far today from the sessions we've had and hearing you both speak about this is that this technology is not being used for kind of like low value, kind of like scratching the surface kind of stuff. You've threw yourself into the deep end, you're automating a real core business transaction, you're delivering delightful customer experience, and you're putting the technology to the test in production with high volume. So it's absolutely fantastic, yeah. Thank you both for joining us, appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much for having us.
Thank you.
Awesome.
I cannot let you both go without giving you a t-shirt and a cap. It's a rite of passage. Here we go.
Oh, she was saying whether we were giving that up.
Hey? Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Uno.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, appreciate it, thank you. Cheers, thank you Danielle, appreciate it. Cool. Next is actually me, but still looking for my little clicker. Has anyone seen a clicker anywhere? You've got a replacement clicker, cool, we've got a replacement clicker, that's good. We still need to do this prize draw for these trainers, which we will do that. We may need to do it after this, or we may do it at 3 p.m. when we will do that. We'll give Taras a split second. That's fantastic. I think that what we've seen today really has been so far 3 examples of some incredible use cases, proving the value of this technology, and hopefully you've learned a lot about how to kind of do this. I'm going to be talking in just a minute about maturity, really, about kind of getting started, how do you scale, and what does that look like, and what kind of things can you do as you start kind of maturing in your kind of organization from a resource standpoint, from a technology standpoint, and all that kind of stuff. So, is it working? Cool. It is working. Here we go. Cool, so I had to include this picture of Winston, the dog, at my wife's request. It wouldn't be fair if we didn't have Winston in these kind of slides. And we're hearing today, there's a lot of companies who are kind of working on conversational AI solutions that are doing it for the very first time, never built anything before, and are having to lean on providers and vendors for support and things like that. And then what happens is they develop, they mature, they start taking more things in-house, and they end up kind of scaling. As we've seen there, you scratch the surface of what this can do, and all of a sudden, the kind of floodgates open, and you realize that this technology can be used absolutely everywhere. So we want to kind of share a little bit about what that journey looks like as you go from beginning to kind of maturing. And we've put together this maturity scale, essentially. It's a combination of a bunch of different maturity scales across digital transformation and all these kind of things. And I'm going to kind of step through it and show you a little bit about what it looks like to go from nothing to where I think there isn't many yet, but where we're kind of heading, essentially. And so wherever you are on this scale, hopefully there's a little bit of insight into the kind of things that you can do next to develop more effective solutions and to organize yourselves more effectively internally as well. So the first stage is the kind of, I call it the incubate kind of phase, which is where you haven't done anything yet. Daniela, you were sharing a little bit there about, you've got a situation, there is a current service being delivered that is maybe subpar compared to what people people expect today, and you think that there is value in conversational AI or value in automating it to some degree. So that beginning process where you're starting to kind of get your feet under the table as far as what can this technology do, and you're doing your research, is the kind of incubation phase. We ran a series of workshops with the team at Cognigy recently. We had about 50 businesses turn up to these 2 workshops, and we were asking, what are the challenges that you face when trying to adopt conversational AI? And this is a breakdown of those challenges. The vast majority of them related to leadership support, leadership knowledge, leadership vision, and all of this kind of strategic kind of alignment stuff that's required in order to get this stuff adopted at a broader level than a narrow kind of use case. Lots of it was about team and resources, team skills, understanding, conversation design, conversational AI, NLP skills and knowledge. And lots of it was about the technology and data, particularly data, because to build these assistants effectively, you need to be able to generate some data and use the data that you have to build them effectively. And so these all kind of broken down. These are all kind of like underneath the second row here. This is kind of like all of the various challenges that were listed across each main parent. I'm not going to go into them all, but essentially every one leads to another. So for example, if your leadership doesn't have any education whatsoever about conversational AI, the value it can bring, how it can be used realistically, what's feasible, how to go about doing it, how to weave it into your strategy, make it a core part of your strategy. If there's no education in CD leadership, then inevitably they can't really put a vision together of what this business should look like in 5 years' time, using conversational AI as a core kind of enabler of that transformation. They therefore can't assign priority to it. They therefore can't dedicate ownership to it. That person or people who own it can't then go around and get support from the wider business. Without support from the wider business, there's no decision making that gets done. There's no strategy that gets formed, and so on and so on and so on and so on. And it's all like a cascading effect, essentially. So the big learning that we got out of that workshop and those series of workshops, which I think has been reflected as well here, is the importance of educating senior leadership as to the value of conversational AI, helping them understand what's feasible, helping them understand what the kind of path is. Because you've got a lot of teams now that are kind of, start at grassroots, and let's say in a contact center there's a team that just kind of develop a point solution here, and then they hit a brick wall, because really there's loads of opportunity in marketing, but the people that run marketing don't have a clue about this technology and how to use it and how it can be effective. There might be loads of opportunity internally, as we've kind of discussed with HR, IT, procurement, all that kind of stuff. And so the grassroots kind of approach gets you so far, but really, if we're talking about wider transformative conversational solutions, it all kind of begins with educating leadership. So when you're in the incubation phase, it's all about education and kind of researching and educating yourself. Then you move into this crawl phase, and most organizations will go through this, which is the kind of proof of concept, proof of technology. That's exactly what Daniela had mentioned. When you get to that kind of like vendor selection point, you want to prove the technology, prove it can do what it says on the tin, prove it has the potential to deliver business value. And in that phase, often, and I'm glad to say that this isn't always the case, but often when people start, they work on these kind of deflecting use cases. I think Frank Schneider even mentioned it this morning that 5 years ago it was all about deflecting, and now we're getting more into transacting. But from a practical standpoint, if you're just getting started and you're doing this yourself, these deflecting use cases tend to be easier to do because you're not integrating into back office systems, you're not doing a whole load of complex service design, you're kind of just using the technology on the front end to answer questions and almost like, signpost people to the right place. Not always incredibly useful, tends to piss quite a lot of people off because they often might not do exactly what they say on the tin, but that's kind of where people start. So this scale here, as we go through this, is all around the maturity of the front end solution, essentially. And so you might start with deflecting use cases. And then at that proof of concept stage, or kind of like, the kind of early sort of MVP sort of stage, there's a decision to be made about whether you buy or build as far as your kind of implementation strategy is concerned. You may get to this stage before that proof of concept. Some teams are quite comfortable kind of like rolling their sleeves up and hacking away and building a prototype, and then they can prove that there's an opportunity here. Then they will go and decide how to do it properly and take it to production. Others will just go straight to this and say, okay, how are we going to do this, and go straight to this build versus buy. The 6 ways to do it, essentially. I won't go through them all in incredible detail, but broadly speaking, you can build something from scratch, which is building everything from the ground up. You know, all of your own machine learning models, all of your own NLP engines, your own speech recognition, your own natural language understanding, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There is very few organizations that do this because a lot of that stuff has already been done, although it does happen. Deutsche Telekom, for example, built their entire solution from scratch, including speech recognition, including natural language understanding, including dialogue management, absolutely everything, because they weren't happy with a third-party provider processing their data, essentially. I think BMW have done something similar, but it doesn't happen very often. The next approach is to use components. So that's using things like speech recognition from DeepGram or Google or whoever it might be, using natural language understanding elements from Microsoft and Amazon, whoever, and then text to speech, and other components from other organizations that develop those specific components. The value of that, obviously, is that, for example, DeepGram do nothing but speech recognition. Chances are they're going to have their shit together and they're going to build it pretty well, rather than if you've got one team and trying to build all this stuff yourself, you kind of spread yourself too thinly. So most organizations that say that they're building something from scratch are actually using this component approach. They're just stitching together components from other providers. You've got the platform approach, which is the route that Florida Blue took. And that platform is where you bring in a third-party platform, that you get the tools, and you can build on top of it yourself. You may lean on the provider in the short term to get you up to speed, but ultimately the platform strategy is one where you will be building your own solutions yourself in future. I've kind of put that in the middle of build versus buy, because you're buying in the technology, but then you're building on top of it. The other solution is to acquire, which, you know, plenty of companies have done in the past. Apple acquired Voices and Pullstring, and Snapchat acquired Voca AI, so Walmart acquired Botmock. So it's a case of just finding a solution in the market, buying it, and again, I've put it in the middle of build versus buy, because you can acquire it, which is you're buying it, but then once you've got the team and you've got the technology going forward, you are then building because you're building in the technology. You can buy off the shelf, which is a kind of like out of the box, for want of a better word, assistant. You know, Raj mentioned the IT assistant and the HR assistant, pre-configured domain-specific language models that essentially you kind of just plug and play. Maybe you want to tweak the conversation, do your own integrations, but 90% of the work is done. And then a managed service. You know, we heard from Poly AI earlier on around the Landrys, and for Landrys, Conversational AI is not what they do. They're a hotel, they take bookings, they're a casino, they allow people to hopefully win a fortune. And so it's not really their core business. And if it's not your core business, then there's other companies that can do this far better than you, far quicker, far more cost effective. Outsource it, and it's as simple as that. And so, I'm not going to go too much detail into this, but there was a 45-page report basically diving into each one of those different areas and assessing the strengths and weaknesses, and helping you at the end as a framework basically, which will kind of plot all of this on a very simple matrix, and you can just use your own use cases that you have and figure out kind of the best approach for you. And there's 7 kind of key considerations when planning this conversational AI approach, and each of those different approaches have different kind of strengths and weaknesses. So feel free to check that out. It's literally, yeah, it's 45 pages worth of stuff. And I can think, if you get to the end of that guide and you can't decide whether to buy or build, then you will need to call me, because there's something missing. Cool, there's another one there, vux.la/bb if you want to do that. So then, once you get past that stage, you get into a kind of live stage. You go live for the first time. And then it's where you very first start to learn about things like your AI operations, understanding how to take data that customers are saying to your assistant and using that to improve and develop your language model, you know, learn new use cases and prioritize those kind of things, understand how to use analytics. And then you start talking about scale. It's exactly what we've just heard from Daniela. One use case, live, working incredibly well, and all of a sudden it's like floodgates open. We can use this for IT, we can use this across all of our business units, we can use this across all of our use cases, all of our channels. Let's do chat, let's do WhatsApp, let's do Apple Business Chat, and all of a sudden you get the ideas flowing, and you'll think about scaling. So in order to scale, there's essentially 4 main kind of components as far as I can see. You need to have the people, processes, and tools in place to get started in the first place. This is a very common model, the golden triangle. You've probably seen this a number of times before. The right people, skilled, with the knowledge, following the right processes and with the right kind of tools. And after that, really, you want to look at 3 other things. So coverage, how much of the conversations or how much of the things that your business does are able to be done via a conversation. Every single thing your business does, you know, arguably can either be boiled down to a conversation or, in the case of Florida Blue, assisted by conversational AI in that visual IVR example, I believe anyway. So you want to get coverage across all of your use cases. Then you want to make those use cases available in as many possible channels as you can. So if you've got it working in your contact center in your IVR now, you want to be thinking about how do you get it onto your website and turn it into a chat situation? How do you take that chat and get that into WhatsApp or Apple Business Chat or, you know, Google My Business or Facebook Messenger, Instagram Messenger, etc., 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 etc. There's so many conversational channels now, and the aim is to get this assistant in the places where your customers already are. And then that leads to adoption. So once you get adoption, you're then back around again. You need to invest further in your processes, your people, and your tools, because you need to scale further, invest in more use cases, invest in more channels, rise your adoption, and so on and so on and so on. There's other ways that you can get adoption, you know. So, for example, if you have a chatbot, you don't have to be, you know, that little kind of pop-up that pops up all the time. That's like one little tactic to try and get people to use it a bit more. But the main thing that gets adoption, I've found, is actually just making something the default way of doing it. The reason why none of us get paper bills anymore is because our telecom providers decided that it's going to be more cost efficient for them and probably better for us, because all we do is throw it in a bin anyway, just to default the paperless billing process. So now when you sign up, you renew your contract, you take out a new utility provider, you never get paperless bills because it's a default behavior that you just get it via email or you get it on your online account. So how do you make conversational AI default? Well, the IVR is a perfect place to start. When someone calls, if it's a voice assistant that answers, they're not going to say, oh no, I'm not going to talk to that and put the phone down. 9 times out of 10, they'll give it a go. They might want to speak to an agent, and that's fine, but they'll at least give it a go. So you've got adoption baked in. And so that's kind of like the keys to scale, I think. Then you'll get into this phase where you're in a kind of running phase, is what I call it, and that's where you're probably live with more than one use case. You might be live in more than one channel. And you're building a center of excellence. You've proven now that this is something that you're going to take seriously, it's something that you are going to scale, and you're going to build a team to support it properly. So a team that is going to be able to take something from idea through to completion without any assistance from any outside support or anything like that. You may, ideally at this point, you need to become data driven if you're not already. And so obviously Greg's sitting down there from Human First. Ideal tool to be looking at this kind of stuff. Taking data from all of your different channels, whether that's email, whether that's live chat, whether that's your contact center, all of the different places where you can get your data, feeding that in, analyzing it, and then working out what is it that we need to be doing next. That's what you kind of will be getting into if you're in that kind of run sort of phase. And in that phase, you'll be working on slightly more advanced use cases from the front end. So you might be using things that are there to interpret. So you might be using conversational intelligence, trying to do like topic clustering and figure out what people are calling for. You might be using it for call routing. So when someone calls and they say, I want to speak to, returns, you can use that intent, understand what that customer is intending to do and get them to the right kind of place. Or you may be into working on transactional use cases at that point, core business processes. Most of the time, these transactional use cases are based on a front end to a business process that already exists quite often. And so I'll comment on more about that in a moment. Then the relay phase is where you start to democratize the creation and the management and the deployment to line of business units. There's some organizations that are beginning to do this now. Eon, one, for Cognigy customer, I believe, in Europe, they've done this kind of thing. They've federated access from their core team down to kind of individual lines of business. And all of their kind of bots that they're creating have kind of got this one overarching assistant over the top of it that is there to take the request from the user, figure out which bot is best at answering it, and then serve up that off the back of it. And so in this phase, that core center of excellence become more like an enablement team. So they're not there necessarily to always build and implement. They're there to guide and help the other teams do this stuff properly. And in order to do that, you need to have standards. You need to have an understanding of what is a good conversation. How do we measure a good conversation? How do we have quality control in place to make sure that everything that goes live is actually going to be meeting the kind of standard that we have? You'll probably have an owner for things like natural language understanding. You might have an owner for individual intents. To make sure that your language models are always clean. And you'll be working on more sophisticated use cases around assistants that genuinely do assist. And I've called this one here an informed consultant, because at this phase, you tend to be using data that you already have to be able to be proactive, okay? So, for example, if someone calls in, either using network authentication or using their phone number and co-referencing that with the CRM and, picking out what their last interaction with us was, and then using that to inform the premise of the conversation. So are you calling about that thing you just purchased last week or something like that? You're starting to assist people, you're starting to be proactive, and you may also be more consulting in nature. So most of the time, kind of like transacting and deflecting, all you're doing is you're just picking up on what someone said and you're matching it to an intent, and that's the end of it. So, can I have a replacement credit card, please? Yes, you can. In the consulting phase, you might be helping customers that don't actually know what it is that they need. So this comes from Raz's scale, maturity scale. So for example, if someone says something like, I'm moving house and considering, my kids have moved out, I'm considering downsizing. That user might not necessarily know exactly what they want. They need the assistant to help them. It might be that they want to check mortgage rates. It might be that they want to pay off their mortgage. It might be that they want to find out how much they owe on their mortgage. It might be that they want to do an assessment to figure out what mortgage they can afford if they were to move or downsize. There's a whole bunch of things that might be useful to that person. It's the AI's assistant basically at that point to try and consult with them and guide them through it. And then this is what I call total fitness, and I don't think anybody's quite there yet, but it's kind of where we've been before with digital and with social and with the web and all this kind of stuff, which is that it just becomes what you do, right? Conversation first, AI first, it just becomes part of what you do on a daily basis. Nobody needs to kind of question the value of a website. Everybody in the organization knows what a website is, what it does. Most divisions in an organization have a presence on your website in some respects or way, shape or form, even if that's like an internal intranet or whatever. It's just a completely standard way of doing things. And so we'll get to a point where conversational AI and kind of business automation becomes business as usual. When you've got teams at different levels of the business working on this kind of stuff, and they're all trained in the process and they understand that they can take something from idea to production, you're now in a situation where that's just what they do. And we'll find that we'll see things that are more kind of more emergent. So for example, let's say that you have HR ordering, trying to book a Christmas party, and they want to try and find out who's available on what dates and what venue would be the best kind of venue. And at the moment, they probably send an email, get a form together maybe, have people complete it, or have people respond to the email. We'll get to a point where AI is business as usual, to the point where the person in HR will just fire up a bot for a specific use case, for a specific period of time. It'll go to everybody in the organization, they'll just talk to it, put their, answer a few questions, get their issue resolved. The bot will be used to decide where the Christmas party is going to be, how many people are going to attend, and what date it's going to be on, and what the venue will be, and all this kind of stuff. And then it'll just be scrapped and gone because it's not needed anymore. But having the ability to just fire up something, anybody to fire up something, use it for a specific use case, and then kind of get on with it, is when you're starting to think kind of AI first. And what that does is it means that there's more space for your core enablement team to be working on more transformational use cases. And the examples I like to give it here is it's the kind of things that help to redefine what your business actually does. Most of the time we use conversational AI as a front end to an existing business process. That's half of the challenge that most businesses go through, is that they try and plumb the conversational AI into existing business architecture, which is just not built for that purpose. And you have to follow a certain process. And in fact, sometimes you can't actually get the conversation that you need because the business process behind the scenes won't allow it. If you were instead to start with a conversation, Polly AI alluded to this earlier on, if you start with with the conversation, design the perfect interaction that gets someone from the beginning of the conversation to the other, and then work backwards and says, okay, in order to deliver this conversation, what do we need our technology to be able to do? What do we need the process to be? And then redesign and reconfigure that in line. And that's exactly what happened with the booking use case with Landry's. It wasn't like, hey Landry's, tell us how you currently take bookings and we'll just shove a conversational AI on top of it. It was no. Let's go and design a conversation that gets people able to book hotel rooms consistently and effectively. Now let's figure out what we need to do with the business process to get there. And that's more on the transformative side. For example, there is no reason now why today a retailer couldn't send you a text message when they get a tag from their delivery company that your delivery is going to be late. Send you a text message, you get a text message, but your delivery is going to be late, I'm sorry. Anything else that can help you with in the meantime? If the customer says something like, yes, actually, can I swap my t-shirt from a medium to a large, having the ability to actually amend an order that's already been fulfilled and sent to a distributor or delivery company is something that no business process does today. It's gone, you've bought it now, see you later. But being able to do that and then also come back to the customer and say, actually, most people that have got this t-shirt also looked at these jeans to say sorry about the fact that your delivery is going to be 2 days late. We'll give you 30% off these jeans if you want to. Yes, please, thank you. 32, short in my case. And then basically have that process fulfilled. That is a transformative use case. Because the company began with a text message that was delivering bad news, sorry, delivery is going to be late, turned it into a revenue generating opportunity, sold a new pair of jeans, and all of a sudden you've got a revenue generation model, completely automated, operating on its own. You know, imagine having 1 million customers every single week that get that text message, even if 1% of them convert over the space of a year, you are transforming your business because you've got basically digital workers selling for you, you know? And so that's kind of where we're going to get to. If you are interested in seeing where you sit on that scale, I saw a couple of people taking photographs. If you want to just know where you are on that scale, then there's an assessment, vux.la/m, or scan that QR code. It's about 15 questions. Answer them, and at the end of it, it will basically tell you which point you're at, essentially. And then, you know, we'll email you afterwards with a few pointers about how you can get better. And so that's pretty much it for me. I'm happy to answer any questions. And other than that, if anyone does have any questions, anyone want any questions?
Can we get a copy of that deck?
Yes, you could do. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Don't see why not. Absolutely. Anyone else? Yeah?
Have you been successful with your customers sharing their data, the before and after?
What kind of data?
On their voice bot. So they didn't have it before, they implemented something, and they've had great results. Will they share that with a peer?
Yeah.
Designing these things, you really have real data to bring to me to say how the organization was impacted?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the thing with this stuff is, the technology, the events like this, it's all about building a community. Right now, how many businesses use conversational AI? Compared to how many businesses exist in the world, there's absolutely nobody, right? Yet everyone's here we are. So what we're doing is we're building a community, we're educating people about how it's done and how it can be done successfully. And so you'll find that actually everybody more or less is willing to talk about what they do. We talk about what we do with clients, and you've seen today Core AI is sharing what they're doing with Florida Blue. We've got Cognigy talking later on about the work they're doing with Lufthansa. Earlier on, we had Poly AI with Landry's restaurants, and we had Verint talking about their kind of hotel chain. So you'll find actually that, yeah, people are generally up for sharing because it helps people learn. And if you've got a business that can utilize this technology, it's in everyone's interest to help you, enable you to do that, you know? Yeah. Anybody else? No? Cool. I'll send Winston. I can't leave without showing you a picture of Winston. This is absolutely mandatory reading for, apparently, according to my wife Gemma. I had to put a picture of Winston in there. So anyway, let's do this trainer thing. If you do want these trainers, a version of these. It doesn't have to be these Air Max 97s. If Air Max 97s is not your jam, we can do other things, you know, Air Force Ones or something like that. If you do want to be in with a shout of winning a pair of these trainers, do tag or scan here, and it's literally like one form. It's not there for lead capture. It's there to be able to actually get in touch with you to find out where we're going to send these things to, and it'll be used for nothing else other than that. So if you are interested, please do scan that, and yeah, we'll see you back here at 3 o'clock, 50 minutes for the draw, and hopefully someone will win a nice pair of trainers. Yeah, can't say fairer than that. Thank you. See you soon. you to sit down.
Boundary, but it was in black. So you can see it.
Is that comfortable?
Yeah.
Are we rolling? Are we rolling? All right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back to the final stretch of today of the VUX World at Voice 22. Before we kick off and before I introduce my esteemed panel here, we do have one small matter to take care of, which is the prize draw for your very own pair of VUX World sneakers. I'm saying sneakers because I'm stateside, and that's how I roll when I'm over here. So if you haven't yet entered into this prize draw to win your own pair of VUX World sneakers, do that now, because Taras, I think, right as we speak, is drawing the name out of the hat. John's going to have a stab. We'll give it 2 minutes. While we do that, and we give it 2 minutes, it'll be a bit staggered, but why don't we have some introductions from our esteemed panel here. Don't forget, is that your coffee? Is that yours? Oh no, I thought someone had brought you a coffee there. That'd be very helpful. So we have Tim Holvey of Vonage, we have Taryn Corbett-Drummond from Ericsson, we have Artie Merritt, AWS, and Kevin Frederick of OneReach. And we're going to be talking about the future of conversational AI. Please do raise your hands if you have any questions as we go through. And yeah, Taras, are we ready with the draw for the sneakers? It's very... He's just messaged it to me. Oh wow, this is very modern. Okay. In what application are we getting this message, Taras? My notifications are turned off. Oh, drum roll, please. Drum roll, please. Slack. Drum roll, please.
Kane, I thought you were Omnichannel.
I am Omnichannel. Right. Oh, Jenny Miro from Comcast. Jenny, is she here? Where is she?
Ooh, do you have to be?
She's not here. Is your name Jenny? No? She's definitely in the conference. Right, okay, fair enough. That was a shame. I was hoping to kind of get someone else. Maybe we'll do one more time. We'll do 2 more while we're here. Who started this clock? Was that you? I'm joking. We have plenty of time. We'll do 2 more and we'll do some caps, because the caps are quite cool. Don't worry, you all get yourself a cap for being on stage and being a speaker, which is cool. Have you just texted me there? Oh yeah. Okay. Sarah Tahiri from Comcast. Yes, Sarah, yes. Right, here we go. I think I need this clicker. 1 cap and t-shirt.
A winter coat.
A winter coat. I'm afraid I don't. No. This is exclusive merch. Thank you very much. Nice one. Cool. Right. Okay. Let's get rolling, shall we? Let's get rolling. Future of conversational AI is omnichannel, apparently, Tim. Is it?
Yes.
Yeah. Cool.
It is.
Right. Thank you for coming. Let's start with some introductions, Tim. Do you want to introduce yourself and tell us what you do at Vonage, and we'll do a quick round of introductions, and then we'll kick off.
Okay, so no songs today, just...
You can do songs. Anything from Michael Jackson's back catalogue is fine with me.
I'm Tim Holvey. I head up the API ecosystem of partners for the Vonage API division, which people also call CPaaS. And as far as Omnichannel, yes. Omnichannel is actually one of the things we offer. It's real-time communications that are microservices up in the cloud that you can build products around, or even embed in what I call an anchor application, which could be Salesforce or whatever it is, the main application that you or your company may work in. Am I fading in and out as I move the mic?
Yeah, maybe is it when you move your head,
Okay.
if you also move the mic at the same time, it would be sound.
I'm new at this.
Cool. Taryn.
Is this on?
Is it on? Try again.
Might help if I turn it on.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Hello, I'm Taryn Corbett-Drummond. I'm here with Ericsson Digital Humans. So we are creating a studio and API product that allows you to seamlessly integrate digital humans to your conversational AI to create that empathetic, photorealistic digital interface. So we very strongly believe this could be the future evolution of conversational AI and how you can connect with your customers and have stronger customer relations and engagement.
Hi, everyone. I'm Artie Merritt. I lead the Conversational AI Partnership Initiative at AWS. And prior to this, I was the founder and CEO of an analytics platform for chatbots and voice assistants. I appreciate the opportunity to be part of this. In terms of the Omnichannel, what gets me really excited is the multimodal experiences where they're true multimodal with voice IVR helping guide someone through, say, a web or mobile experience. That's pretty exciting.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kevin Frederick. I am managing partner at OneReach.ai. OneReach is the top-ranked conversational AI platform according to Gartner's Critical Capabilities Report, and we power over 1 billion conversations a year. I've been with the firm for about 10 years now, and I'm really fortunate to spend time partnering with technical leadership and CTOs to help define their communication transformation strategies.
Cool, thank you. Cool, so, I mean, in this session today, we've had some very good examples from some incredible brands about how they're using conversational AI to completely transform their contact center. We heard from Frank Schneider from Verint about how a large hotel chain has been doing all kinds of things from hotel room bookings to inquiries and a whole bunch of crazy stuff in chat, in the IVR. We heard from Poly AI and Landry's Golden Nugget Hotels to the point where the conversation actually for booking a hotel room led to the whole business process needing to be re-architected in order to deliver that conversation. We heard from Core AI and Florida Blue about how they're using a visual IVR, so it's a digital journey accompanied by an IVR, so that you can ask any questions about it and stuff like that. So we're seeing some real examples of now, thankfully, the technology being used in real-world scenarios, high volume, complex use cases, delivering real business value, effective customer experience. And so it seems as though we've kind of been trying to get to this point for the last, I don't know, probably for OneReach and for you lot here, it's probably longer than that. But for me, it's like 5 years. Like, when are we going to see real kind of like business value happen? Seems to be happening now. And so are we in a phase when we're talking about the future of conversational AI and what's next for conversational AI? Are we asking that question prematurely because we might not have rinsed the full potential of what it does right now? Or is there anything in particular about the future or what's next for conversational AI that you think is exciting you right now? Maybe Tim, will start with you.
Yeah, sure. So we talk to a lot of different vendors or people that use our APIs to make a lot of these solutions. So are we asking it too early? Not really, because you have to keep the end in mind while you're architecting whatever it is that you're going to deliver now. But the thing that I've noticed is we finally now, today, have the technologies to do all the things we imagined 10 years ago, all the customer journey we've always dreamed of providing, but we never really could, we can now provide with the technologies at hand. It's just a matter of actually implementing them and configuring them correctly. I mean, I'm the biggest critic when it comes to customer service and calling in because I know what's available, and even technologies 15 years old aren't configured properly for the customer journey. So we have to keep in mind, how do we best use these to really accomplish the business goal, which is make a better customer journey and create customer loyalty.
It all comes down to providing a better customer experience, and that's often being available 24/7 on channels that users prefer to interact. Folks often talk about the containment rates and reducing escalations, that kind of thing. You can optimize for 100% containment by just never escalating someone, but that would be a horrible customer experience. I think we're moving past the days of the basic FAQ type chatbots. We're seeing the multimodal experience as mentioned. We're also seeing people incorporate additional AI beyond the NLU, so things for image processing, document recognition. There's a customer that we work with that they have a chatbot for onboarding car insurance in Ireland. Instead of typing your name and address, you can take a photo of the driver's license and it'll extract that information. The other thing you do is if you have an existing policy, take a photo of that policy, it'll extract the relevant information to build a new one. And when they found doing this, it reduced the sign-up process from multiple days to under 3 minutes.
Interesting. Wow. Interesting. So what we're seeing now then is that seemingly, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, maybe you can shed some light on this, is that it used to be that some things were just not right for conversational AI. Some use cases were just not the right fit for conversational AI. Some things were not the right fit for the contact center. Some things were not the right fit for chat. It seems now then what you're suggesting is that through the addition of other things like image recognition and some other complementary technologies, we're maybe getting to a place where we can deliver more end-to-end business processes through a conversational channel, or at least mediated by conversational AI, even the ones that were out of reach before, potentially.
Yeah, maybe the big transition is this over-focus on some of the key capabilities like natural language understanding and speech recognition they're so sexy and they're so fun to learn about, and they demo really, really well. But in production, they leave a lot to be desired. And rather than trying to continue to go down that same path, it seems that the whole industry is really opening the aperture to say, what if we don't have to be a hammer where everything looks like a nail, and instead we can be using some of the different channels and capabilities that people already know how to use. Artie's example is a great one. Computer vision, being able to persist a conversation from one channel to the next, and maybe have that conversation even span multiple days or weeks at a time, really lets you reimagine what that customer journey looks like. And I think what's coming next is we're seeing brands wanting to go from playing defense. What I mean by that is when someone asks, how can I get my new card, or can I change my delivery address, and feeling an obligation to respond to that in a really thoughtful way, to now playing offense and saying, based on these attributes, it seems that you need a new card. Is now a good time to get that taken care of for you? And that really changes the relationship that you have with your brands or with your customers, and puts the brand in the driver's seat to compete on some of these customer experiences that you've mentioned as part of your intro.
So it seems as though being more, so on the offense, are you on about being more proactive? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, proactivity. What are machines good at? They're really great at calculations. And so if there are patterns around what makes somebody more likely to ask a question, rather than focusing on how to be really good at answering that question, what if we reduce the propensity for the question to be asked? And I think that puts pressure on the vendor community to say, well, what's the commercial model here? Because if, it's like the tension between contact centers that are being paid to provide bodies, and knowing that sometimes the right thing to do for the customer experience is to allow a self-service capability. That creates tension with the BPO relationships that some of these leading brands have. And as we get into more and more of those customer experiences being automated, if you're charging people to resolve things, then there's no incentive to reduce the likelihood of something needing to be resolved. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out in the long run.
I think the BPO model is quite an interesting one, isn't it? Because you have lots of really big companies that have been basically outsourced contact centers for a long period of time, where you can't really, for the business, you don't really control the customer experience because it may be in a completely different country to you. You don't know who your agents are. You don't really know the conditions that those workers are actually working in, to be perfectly honest. You don't really know what their wages are and stuff like that. And so a lot of those BPO kind of organizations that charge for bums on seats, essentially, I think are in a real have the real potential to be completely disrupted, because if I'm a brand and I've got X millions of dollars per year shelled out on this operation here, where I don't have any control over the customer experience, and I can just do the same thing with conversational AI, the long-term picture potentially, Taryn, for those kind of organizations is quite challenging.
Yeah, and I think, so like I said, what we're doing is digital humans. So how can you put a persona, a brand ambassador on the conversational AI? So you're right, it will potentially have implications there, cost savings for the enterprise, and then leveraging all the new tech that's coming out with conversational AI. So how do we, make sure that we have an interface that's tried and true, the face, right, and have the right empathy and interactions with folks to delight the customers. We'll be able to do that without having those business models move forward.
Yeah, and I think especially with the Ericsson digital assistant, right? It looks more human. The AI, conversational AI, is behind it, driving it, and the humans is the persona interface. As it looks and feels more human in the interaction, our expectations are going to go up, because now we're getting used to the fact that it's going to understand what we say and not ask us to repeat it 3 or 4 times. And as the expectations go up, right, the near human interaction needs to be more human-like. So I think, Kevin, you brought up one time, we say things when we're answering a question that really we're saying more than what's in the individual words. Like, I can't do it on Tuesday, Wednesdays are better when I have more time, and the digital human should be able to understand, oh, maybe they're off Wednesday, and infer more things about what was said.
Well, and I hope those digital humans have a better memory than I do. Right? It's a great example of how these things can add a lot of value in concert with human interactions rather than completely automating them.
I do like that example, the sort of implicit personalization. There's also the somewhat explicit personalization too, what you already know about the person, and that the more information you know about someone, the context, and doing that level of personalization, the less questions you have to ask them. Like if you call the airline, if I was to call the airline right now, it's going to know who I am. I'm going to ask if I'm calling about my flight to San Francisco tomorrow. It already knows those things, and it's sort of anticipating what you might be asking about. So that's another area where folks are advancing more too.
Yeah, exactly. Personal experience, going through Dallas, Fort Worth. My flight, connecting flight, I get there and all of a sudden it's delayed 2 hours. What's the first thing I want to do? I know there's more than one flight going to where I'm going, so where else? I'd love it to be able to just go into the app or call and say, hey, I want to change flight, but have them say, hi, Tim. I see your flight was canceled. Are you looking to find a different one to get home earlier? And have that known already, because I'm supposed to be at that level of flying so much that I'm, in a
Tier.
Yeah, tier. So that would be great, but we haven't gotten there yet. But we can. It's just a matter of tying the data to what's actually happening right now for that person that's calling.
Yeah, there was one other thing I want to note, which is interesting. Those using digital humans today, people actually have more forgiveness if they need to repeat themselves. So today, if I have to repeat, it's like, escalate, get me out of this chatbot. Like, I don't want to have to repeat it. If you have a digital human interface, they're actually more forgiving, will stay on the line longer and repeat a few more times and have higher satisfaction after the call ends. So there's some piece to that today.
I saw somewhere that digital humans can actually be, either 50% or twice as effective in terms of getting people from one side to the other side of a conversation. So a higher success rate having a digital human there. Have you experienced something similar?
Yeah, and it's interesting, and I'll say, at least for us, it's not, we don't make the brain and the AI, that's everyone out here and the partners, right? So it's interesting because it's just changing the interface, and then it has people are stickier and more engaged. So it's just, I think, an interesting thing about human psychology and the user experience overall.
Which is a really important part of this, right? I think it was, I might get the brand wrong, but I think it was Waymo, when they were introducing their self-driving cars in, I think it was Arizona. They did a study, and the people who were exiting the car, and nobody else was in it, there was no driver, as they were getting out, they would kind of look up towards the front and say, thank you, kind of just because that's what we're used to doing. So it's funny how even though they're clearly capable of knowing there's nobody there, they still feel this psychological pressure or a habit or some sort of muscle memory to say thank you.
That used to be in the analytics, we used to see that all the time on, not on Alexa because you didn't get the raw utterance, but for Google Actions, you'd see people thanking the experience after it gave some sort of answer. And I find it too, like if I ask her the weather and it gives it to her, then I say thanks. It's just something that happens. You
can't help but anthropomorphize these things, can you, sometimes, when it's a voice that you hear, what is it, it's, I can't remember the Wired for Speech. Who was it that wrote Wired for Speech? Anybody remember? Wired for Speech? Clifford Nass, yes, thank you, that's it. Clifford Nass that was basically what the whole book was about, is how that when you hear a voice, you can't help but associate human tendencies to it. And just by hearing one voice, you can assume gender, you can assume location, where this person's from, like broadly speaking, how educated they are, how old they are. Then you can start to build up a picture about whether, is this somebody who you might trust? Is it not? Are they in a good mood? Are they in a bad mood? And so maybe that's part of also what the future of conversational AI may be holding. We're seeing a lot of advances in synthetic voices, and sounding a lot more human. The example we saw earlier on from Poly AI was sounded like a recorded voice to me. It may well have been, I don't know, but it sounded really impressive. So where are we heading from the synthetic voice standpoint?
Maybe this isn't quite answering that, but I think chatbots and voice assistants give you an opportunity to reinforce your brand. Creating some form of personality. That was something we saw in the data too. Like the chatbots that had some form of personality had higher engagement than those that didn't. But you can overdo it. You have to be careful. That's why a lot of the folks realize that sometimes they're hiring former screenwriters for conversation designers, just knowing that timing. There's a popular banking app. If I was asked what's the weather inside the banking app, it'll say it's always sunny when you're talking about your finances. Like it adds a bit of personality. But if you were to think of like the colors red and yellow, you probably associate that with McDonald's or something. But how do you translate that into like these voice experiences that creating that same personality for your brand, whether it's IVR or text-based chatbot?
Interesting. And I suppose that's amplified when you add a human in front of it, because not only does it sound like a human, it looks like a human, and so the potential for that kind of like I suppose brand engagement kind of uplift is there, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'll quickly comment to that. Definitely that's there, and I think when we're talking about the future and the evolution, right? We have Web 2. And that is mobile apps, chatbots interface as we're moving towards Web 3. So I'm getting very futuristic here. And what will happen in the metaverse, then that also gets very interesting, right? What those avatars will be like, how brands will engage in the metaverse. And now that's not here now, but will be in the future. And I think that'll continue to be important and someday get to a place where it can be your voice, right? As the agent or whoever it is behind the scenes.
Yeah, and I think we'll get to more, or hyper-personalization will become more and more personal, so that as the digital human looks more like whatever demographic or culture that you're serving, the AI engines behind it will be more specialized. When I first started in 2017, it was the going thought was, those who have the most data will have the best AI engines. Well, that was, AWS. It was Google, it was Microsoft, and it was IBM. And they will always have great engines, but you're going to see niche AI elements or engines emerge because they will be in that specific area, say the vernacular for clinical visits, or some industry that has its own lingo and will be better at understanding it, processing it, and then speaking back that lingo through maybe a specialized TTS engine or a language model.
And recognizing, so if it's difficult to predict who's going to be the best cognitive vendor, which it is, and if there is no single best player for all things, right? They all have their own strengths in language and dialects and domains and these types of things. Then architecturally it makes sense to place a bet on an open system. And as we look at the future and these large language models coming online now that are performing at an incredible level above and beyond the traditional models, then if you were an artist in this space, you would realize that these are different colors that you can now paint with, and that not everybody's going to have the same taste in painting. So for example, if someone's calling in for the third time to reset their password yet again, we don't need to have an engine tell us that they're unhappy, right? We know that contextually because it's their third call. Maybe speaking and engaging with that person in a particular tone is going to be very effective. That somebody else might be calling at the exact same time and it's their first time interacting with your brand. You might want to use a different voice. You might want to use different language, different levels of formality. You might not want to creep them out by being as personal with them yet because you're building a relationship, whereas a more tenured customer will appreciate that you remember who they are. And so the future is really one where all of these technical complexities are starting to disappear, right? And now it's really a race of how do we use these things in the most effective and helpful ways, and that's going to create an entire wave of opportunity for people who want to get in the driver's seat and paint with these colors to drive business performance that hasn't been unlocked before.
It's interesting. You kind of reminded me there of Whisper on the speech recognition side, being able to, once that reaches to, and those, there's plenty of other speech recognition companies that are doing good stuff, being able to plug in the right kind of components for the right kind of use case and stuff like that. I remember seeing, can't remember who it was now, I read something a long time ago which was about how the future of conversational AI is around also being able to adapt to the personality of the person talking. So in your example there, Kevin, you were talking about, someone calls back, it's a third time, they're probably going to be pissed off. You might want to kind of treat that sensitively. First time caller, maybe a slightly different situation, but also different people have different personalities. And so I might be a kind of person who just likes the facts, straight and simple. Somebody else might be the kind of person that needs a bit more detail, likes things to be explained in more detail. And so being able to adapt the conversation based on people's kind of communication preferences, is that where we're heading? Is that too complex? Is it needed or not?
Oh, it's absolutely where we're heading. And this idea that people know their preferences is also worth challenging. I might fill out a form or check a box to say, please text me. But if it's urgent and I don't respond to your text, I would very much appreciate a call. And so even relying on what someone indicates as their preference might not be particularly helpful. But it goes back to what machines are great at, recognizing patterns in these types of things. To say, statistically speaking, this profile of person is going to be most responsive to this call to action if we do these things at this time of day, at this cadence, with this escalation strategy. And that's getting us well beyond just which NLU engine to use, right? This is getting into the more creative side of the business. And it seems that a lot of the technologies that are, truly impressive have also made it really easy to build bad experiences, right?
And we're almost trapped in those these days, aren't we, from 15 years ago when they were designed?
Yeah, so now it's, it used to be like, wow, you had to know a lot of esoteric technology to build an IVR. You had to be a telephony expert. You had to be certified by whatever, Cisco or Avaya. That bar's been lowered to nothing. Anyone can now build a full omni-channel solution. It doesn't mean they know how to do it. So there's going to be some interesting evolutions, I think, in terms of the quality of experiences, but eventually there will be enough critical mass of people who are excited to use these capabilities to set an example and be a role model. And there's going to be some company out there, might be Ant Financial, that has just completely dominated their industry because they got this stuff right. And as that starts to happen more frequently, the lead that the organizations take by getting this right is going to be so hard for their competition to catch up to that in some ways it feels like an arms race.
It can be exponential, can't it? I think, especially if you can, like as you said, 5 years ago, for those of you that kind of were involved in building Alexa skills and things like that, like 5 years ago, it was all command line stuff, and you had to learn how to, had to know how to code to build anything. Whereas now, not just with the voice assistants, but any call center application, conversational-wise, can be built by low-code tools. You don't have to know how to code whatsoever. As long as you're creative and you understand how to put a conversation together, it can be built by almost anybody, really. I suppose the quality is an issue because we're in like a WordPress kind of phase where when WordPress was released, the amount of terrible websites that were knocked up and terrible blogs that came to light, But within that, you find the drum and whatever it is, Mashable and SEO modes and all these really fantastic things come out of being able to democratize the technology. But there's a quality kind of issue there, isn't there?
Yeah, I definitely think the quality, because as much as the low-code, no-code tools do make it easier to build these things, it does help to have the domain expertise around effective conversation designs and flows. Like building a blog, I could just regurgitate all sorts of content on the page and keep going. Eventually, I'm going to touch upon something somebody cares about. And then when you go to mobile app, I still have a decent amount of real estate to do that. But once you start getting into the chat and voice experiences, you have to really be clear, concise, succinct, the unambiguous. You have to take into account things like empathy, inclusion, all that kind of stuff to do a proper experience. Because it's not just about building something that understands the user and responds appropriately, but responds in a way that actually satisfies the user. Go back to the beginning. Customer experience.
And I think this is a really good opportunity to actually go back and reset a bit, because we're still using the customer journey models that we set up a while back. Okay, press this for that, press that. Okay, now you can speak, but it's still the same basic menu. And when I call and I get, okay, if it's about X, Y, or Z, 1. If it's about this, 2, and I keep waiting. No, it's not that, it's not that. Well, it wasn't any of them. I think it might have been 1 or 2, but I don't remember what that was. So you go back through it again. You can now redesign the entire customer journey to include what's now available with back-end database integrations or anything related to the customer journey that is, in the end, going to make that user feel like, man, that was nice. I like that. I just got it done really quickly.
It's also about allowing, in those kind of cases, the IVR, we see this in partners say, I do IVR and it's press 1 for this, 2 for that. But that's not really conversational AI. The folks aren't speaking. And we just ran a survey. We're going to show some of the data tomorrow, where it was fascinating. 83% of the users, at least the respondents to the survey, they wanted the ability to be able to speak freely in free-form voice in a voice environment, and they wanted the ability to type free-form text in the text environment. So even though we have some of these menu options, still want to give them an option to speak more freely. But one thing I found interesting about the numbered systems, I was on a panel once where the folks were talking, the reason why it's the numbered, and part of it is the order is the things that happen more often, but it was built around the back-end systems. So it's how the systems work rather than necessarily what you wanted as a user or how you would talk. And the example they gave was, imagine that someone calls up a Comcast or their ISP, and they say, my internet's not working. They pick the option, the internet's not working. So that immediately routes them to tech support. But if they knew the person, they made use of context and personalization and realized, oh, this particular person hasn't paid their bill, and that's why the internet's no longer working, and they should have routed them to billing instead. So that's kind of interesting. It's a different one. Not necessarily tying it to the back-end systems.
Absolutely. Has anyone got any questions for our panel? Feel free. Yeah, got one question down here.
Sure. Thank you.
No worries.
I'm hoping we can unpack a little this term, digital human, because I don't know, I'm feeling slightly uncomfortable with that term. Because the word human, includes a lot of things, you are, your history, and just the person, and I just don't know yet how can these two words really live peacefully together, because what kind of entity is it?
Exactly. And what are the ethics behind it?
Exactly. Is it connected to a person? Does that digital human live forever after that person passes away?
Yeah. No.
Ethical questions, exactly.
Understood. Yes. So I'll start with, we did not coin the term digital human, so can't speak to all of that. But really, when we say it, what we mean is our 3D mesh photoreal avatars, right? So the way that we're building them, because there's a lot of different ways to do it. So we have a volumetric capture studio in LA. We hire actors. We're building a huge database, and then training AI machine learning algorithms to then create these digital humans, so the likeness of humans, right? We focus on the look and feel of them so that they're photoreal, and then the animation, right? So how they react and are driven by text-to-speech or voice, and then connect in the back end. We don't create the conversational AI NLU behind it. We partner to do that. But yeah, it's a new like technology coming out, so I understood, you know, should they be called digital avatars? And then some of that, you know, is like let go a little bit. Right. So I don't have the answer to all of them, but I can at least let you know when we talk about it that is what they are, 3D photoreal avatars, right? That then can have that human interface with you. But a lot of questions to be answered still, and then, you know, again, who owns it, or do you make it the likeness of the human and not the actual human? As we evolve, really, the reason we're creating it that way is because our end goal is 3D presence. You Face ID scan yourself, you have a 3D model of yourself, and then you have AR, VR glasses, and you can have a conversation with someone in a different place, right? So that's what we're building towards, and then you would own that. It would be your, in other words, like digital twin of yourself.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions for the panel?
Oh, no? Come on, I know they're out there.
I know. No more questions about the future of conversational AI. We're pretty sound then. We know what it's all about. We didn't mention large language models. I don't think we'll have that much time, but we've got 1 minute left. Any thoughts on where large language models are headed? We can't really have a future of conversational AI panel without mentioning large language models, can we?
I like how folks, actually, Kevin can probably speak to this more, is how some folks are making use of it for building out additional training phrases. When you're building your intent model, you can use the large language model for that, or you could potentially even use it, and I think perhaps you can touch more upon this, is instead of hitting a fallback, you know, using it to perhaps expand what the person could have been saying and see if that matches on the NLU. So some of that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, there's some really practical uses today, but they do require additional capabilities before you can release them into the wild. So they're not reliable in production alone. But already nailed it. You know, if somebody offers an utterance that maybe your system doesn't understand, you can use the LLM to create additional utterances, process all of those to see what intent might be revealed, and then say, I think you're asking about, you know, X, Y, and Z. So that's a great kind of current state of using these things. Certainly in the future, though, based on what we're seeing in the market right now, they're worth the hype. They're going to completely change how we all think about conversational AI as an interface, and it's going to create a really interesting career opportunity for people who learn to design using these new skills.
Interesting. Wow. Thank you so much. We'll end on that. Well done. Thank you very much, Kevin, Artie, Taryn, and Tim. Appreciate it. And please, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
I can't let you go without giving you some VUX World merch. So I suppose you can help yourself on your way off. Here we are. We have caps, we have T-shirts, goodies. To say thank you very much. Nice one, appreciate it. Next we have, thank you very much. See you soon. A photo, yeah, of course. Quick. We need to do the next one.
Yeah, I want to post this on LinkedIn.
That's all right.
Cool. Yeah, it's really. Good thing
Cool. Okay. Next we have Robbie. My name's on there. Robbie Richardson. We have a slide issue. Robbie Richardson of Cognigy. And here he is. Robbie, Cognigy are doing some absolutely fantastic things in the market. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks very much. That was good. Thank you.
I got a black one.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah. Can you hear me? Artie, if you wouldn't mind taking the conversations outside. Jennifer. Hiya, would you mind taking the conversations outside or? Thank you. Yes, clicker there. Thank you. Okay.
Trainers have been claimed, yeah.
Okay, yes, they have, yeah. Okay, Robbie Richardson of Cognigy, take it away. Is that good? Oh, it's that way, yeah. Right, yeah. Cool. Good.
You're also
Kane, thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you very much to the VUX team for giving us the opportunity to chat with you this afternoon. Thank you for all joining. I don't think I'm the last session of the day.
This one, no, there's 2 more after this.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I know we're getting closer to the network events this afternoon, but thanks everyone for taking the time to join. My name is Robbie Richardson, and I'm an account executive and director with Cognigy. As some of you may know, if you don't, Cognigy, we're a market-leading conversational AI platform. Recently, Gartner, in their 2022 Magic Quadrant for Conversational AI Platforms, put us in the Leaders Quadrant, so we were super excited about that. But I'm happy to be here today to share with you Cognigy's perspective and trends on how conversational AI is truly helping organizations power up their customer service, their customer experience within the contact center, across channels, with voice as a central component to delivering customer service excellence. I was glad to see the presentation that you delivered earlier, Kane, on that end-to-end story of conversational AI from deflection all the way through transformation. I think that perfectly encapsulates the power of conversational AI, and I think we can all agree we've seen some great success stories earlier today that conversational AI truly is a new blueprint for customer success. It enables the integrations, the automation, the orchestration that organizations need, right, to scale their customer service, to improve their operations, and also to help gain and retain talent, which we know is a significant challenge for contact centers today. And, you know, part of the why is that customer interactions, customer inquiries are significantly increasing. We know this in part because of a recent 5.9 customer service index, which revealed that 50% of contact center managers indicated a significant increase in customer interactions and volumes in 2022. Now that might be in stark contrast to what they're trying to achieve, but it's the reality, and that's a significant challenge for contact centers, customer care teams, and leadership to keep up with. And according to Gartner, the top 2 priorities for contact center leadership is business growth and improving operational excellence. And we know that it's hard to grow, right, if you can't scale, right, if you can't improve your excellence, you know, without the processes, without the tools. You can't reach more customers, you can't serve more customers with the status quo. So it is a significant challenge, and it's what we're seeing is this widening of this service, customer service gap. Right, we've talked about it today. We've talked about customer success stories, but we know customers are struggling with keeping up with the demands of customers, the expectations for 24/7, multi-channel, multilingual, 24/7 service, right, or channels that they can interact with organizations on. We also know that organizations are struggling with a mix of legacy on-prem systems and point solutions that aren't integrated together, that don't make for a smooth integration of systems and orchestration, and make it that much more difficult to act on or improve operational excellence. So how can you close that gap? Well, as we've talked about today and as we've seen across some of the sessions that were delivered earlier, and with our customers, and by the way, in just a minute, I'm going to be sharing with you 3 very large global organizations and 3 success stories where they've implemented conversational AI, and it's had a transformative effect on their customer service. But first of all, as we've talked about, it's an imperative to integrate that conversational AI layer into the contact center, to integrate systems, create new business processes that are channel agnostic, right? And when you do that, right, as we've talked about, it allows you to automate those interactions, those customer conversations, and it allows you to improve the customer experience across those channels, and it also empowers your agents to work more effectively, right? When conversational AI is implemented and in practice, it's handling the common repetitive tasks, freeing up your agents to focus on more complex issues or tasks, allows them to have more meaningful interactions with customers, which equates to, if I go back the other way, which equates to happier customers and happier agents. So if we look at this in practice and we think about the three critical pillars or solutions to creating operational excellence in the contact center and for customer success. First, the first pillar is conversational IVR and visual IVR, as we talked about earlier today. That's the ability to handle extremely high volumes of calls, 100% automated in real time, being able to effectively have a human-like interaction with the customers to identify and verify, understand what their intent is so that you can make a warm transfer over to the agents. Right, and second is smart self-service, right? These are intelligent virtual assistants that work, that are automating tasks, common tasks across multiple channels, 24/7, multilingual, that can greatly reduce the workload on your agents in the contact center, which ultimately leads to more meaningful interactions with customers, happier customers, and as well as significant reduction in cost. And then the third pillar and solution is Agent Assist. This is AI that's at the agent's workstation in the contact center that's proactively assisting the agents as calls and conversations come in, providing them with the information that they need at their fingertips, at the desktop, to provide faster service, more meaningful service, and more meaningful interaction with your customers. And if we look at that in practice, the first pillar is conversational IVR. This is one of the top 10 largest insurance companies in the world. They implemented conversational IVR among other channels, right, and have experienced significant, amazing results. To date, they've automated over 5 million conversations with conversational IVR alone in 9 languages and countries. This was first notification of loss was one of their key use cases. With conversational IVR, they're able to detect intent, verify the caller's identity, route that to the right human agent, live transcript of the call across multiple channels. And the results have been significant. Their average handle time was reduced from 330 seconds down to 90 seconds, and they're automating 95% of the identification and verification process. So that's had a significant impact on their costs. It's had a significant impact on their customers' experience. And by finding those common inquiries that they're able to automate, it's had a drastic effect on the amount of calls that are actually coming into the call center. The second pillar is the virtual agents, self-service, right? These are intelligent conversational assistants across multiple channels, 24/7, and Eon is really an outstanding example of intelligent virtual assistants across multiple channels. Eon is one of the largest energy providers in Europe, and they've automated 70% of their customer service across multiple channels. They're handling over 100,000 conversations per month, and they have 30 bots across both voice and chat channels that are live in production today. And what it looked like before, right, is the traditional IVR that we all know. The customers called in, they had to wait. The agents had to do the identification, the verification, information lookup. In this particular case, it was look up the invoice status. So it's a very long process that leads to customer frustration. But after deploying conversational AI and intelligent virtual assistants, they were able to completely automate that entire process 100% without sacrificing customer satisfaction, right? So in this case, significant cost savings, happier customers, and happier agents. And then the third pillar is agent assist, right? This is AI that's in the contact center, that's at the agent's workstation, that's listening to the conversations, both voice and chat, right? And when those conversations ultimately are transferred over to the agent, first of all, these are more complex issues because the common requests and inquiries are already being handled by conversational AI on multiple channels. But when they come over to the agent assist is listening. It's providing a summary of that conversation to the agent before it actually transfers over. It's making sure that the information that the agent needs to service that request and customer is available at their fingertips, at their desktop. It's providing or turning the agents into linguist superpowers because they're able to work with the clients in their native language with bidirectional real-time translation. And it's able to provide the sentiment analysis so that when the call comes in, it helps the agents better de-escalate once they actually are talking with the customer. So in this particular case, this is Lufthansa. They're running conversational AI across multiple channels, and it's had a significant effect on their operations. And we all know as with many industries, the airlines are struggling with flight cancellations, especially coming out of the pandemic, and it's been a significant value for Lufthansa. They're automating over 1 million conversational AI-powered conversations a month, and it's significantly lowered their average handling time. And on average, their customer sat has increased by 30%. Average handle time has decreased by 15%. So some significant savings, true transformations for these three organizations using conversational AI. And then the sum of this integration and orchestration and automation is ultimately customer service that is loved by everyone. It's speed, it's satisfaction at scale, it's significant cost savings, it's improved KPIs, and ultimately, what that means is that your customers can walk away with a much better experience, able to say that, wow, that was a super easy, super, fast process. So that wasn't quite 20 minutes, but if anyone has any questions, I'm here with our Senior Vice President of Business Development and Strategy. I'd be more than happy to have a chat with you or answer any of your questions that you might have. So thank you. Yeah, any questions before I step down? Or I'll be happy to talk with you at the table.
Any questions? Thank you, Robbie. What do you? I've got a quick question. What do you think? You got some big brands there, delivering. I mean, Eon. I spoke to the team at Eon a few weeks back, and they were talking about the multi-bot orchestration side of things. And we've seen that some companies are quite mature, some companies are kind of less mature, leaning on the kind of technology vendor support. Others like Eon are kind of rolling with it. What do you think are some of the key kind of enablers that enable a company to really become empowered to kind of do what an Eon has with multiple bots and all this kind of stuff, or like a Lufthansa? I mean, you were talking about agent assist there, but they've got bots all over the place. What are some of the key kind of enablers for businesses?
Well, I think it's a great question, and obviously, as we've talked about today, there's a lot of different factors, but I think two things: the culture and the people first, because once you have buy-in from leadership, right, then organizations like Eon and Lufthansa, they can take a very, there's a couple of different approaches, right? And I think what we evangelize is delivering success early on, right? So that ability to take a use case and go very narrow and very deep on that use case, right? And gain success, right? And then take a very much a wider approach. So I think first, for these organizations, the key enablers were the buy-in from leadership, it was the culture, and then once you had that in place, then the technology and focusing on a high-value use case and approaching it from a very deep, narrow perspective, right? That allowed them to enable the teams, build out that center of excellence that gave them the opportunity to, as they move forward, to continue to expand into other channels, other programs, other use cases.
Interesting. Where did the agent assist use case come from? Because that's something I think it's not talked about that often, but the value is tremendous because, it's on every single call, and you're helping agents. You can don't have to necessarily train new members of staff because the agent assist kind of capabilities are there. Where did those use cases come from? Is that kind of like, was it Lufthansa you mentioned are doing that? Was it? Or was
Lufthansa.
That was Lufthansa. Yep. So Lufthansa have been doing a lot of things with Cognigy.
Right.
Was it an evolution because they'd already got experience, or was it a particular kind of piece of demand? I'm trying to understand where the agent assist, because everyone's talking about bots and conversational AI, and isn't it fantastic? But agent assist is just as valuable.
Well, it's a good point, and one of the key challenges that we didn't, or that I didn't get into as much today, and I think every conversation that I have with contact center leaders, it's staffing, right? It's proficiency, it's being able to retain staff, to train staff. And it was an evolution for Lufthansa, right? Success across multiple channels, but once those complex calls came into the contact center, the ability to do maybe not more with less, but more with the capabilities and the resources that you currently have, the AI and the contact center agent assist was a huge value to them because it allows the agents and virtual agents to work together in orchestration to significantly improve that customer experience. And what the agent assist, allows is when those calls come in, it's, for example, providing an AI summary of the conversation so that the agent doesn't have to go back and completely review the conversation, or it's pulling up, it's completely integrated through extensions into CRM systems and billing systems and reservation systems. So that information, based on the intent that's already been recognized, it's pulling up the information that's available right at the agent's desktop. And then the third piece of it is the ability to auto-generate responses, right? So the agent's working, and again, this is multilingual, this is bidirectional real-time translation as well, which was huge for Lufthansa. But the ability to provide AI auto-generated responses that the agent can or doesn't have to use, but they're there and available for them to press send, and it goes to the agent. Yeah. So significant value.
Fantastic, fantastic, wicked. Well, thank you, Robbie. Appreciate it. Round of applause for Robbie. And I can't let you leave without a T-shirt and a cap.
All right.
Thank you so much. Cheers. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Thank you. Cool. Get the old clicker going on here. You're going to get some swag. Get that one because that's better size.
One more person. Is that okay?
Who's it for?
One of our...
Cool. All right, here we go. The penultimate session is going to be another epic session because this next company is a company I am a tremendous fan of. There you are. We're talking to Greg Whiteside, the CEO of Human First, all around how to take your unstructured data, unstructured text data, and turn that into something valuable. One of the biggest challenges that I've seen, definitely 100%, when trying to mobilize enterprises to use conversational AI is that they don't have data or think they don't have data. And if they do think they have data or do have data, they can't use it for anything because it's just all big bunch of text everywhere and I don't know what to do with it. So I'm really excited for you to join us, Greg. Please do sit down.
Thank you, Kane.
Is it working?
Is it working?
There you go.
All right.
There we are.
Happy to be sitting down.
We may as well sit down, chill out, why not? We may as well relax. So tell us a bit then. Tell us a bit about Human First for those people that don't know about Human First.
Sure. So hi, I'm Gregory Whiteside. We started Human First 4.5 years ago, and initially we were doing something completely different than what it is today. So we were actually building what we were just talking about before, agent assist technology. And we were trying to build models that would help agents across a wide number of different types of verticals. And we were trying to do that by starting from the raw data that they already had from their human-to-human conversations. And we had access to a lot of data. And we realized that there was really no way of transforming that unstructured data into really high quality AI models efficiently. We were doing it with very ad hoc methods. And the more we looked at the market, the more we looked at all the platforms and all the players, we realized that even the most advanced platforms and teams out there were still using tools like Excel to do this transformation and to work with this unstructured data. And so we did a very big pivot, and now we're building, something that you can think of as Excel for natural language data. We see a very big gap in the tooling and productivity ecosystem. And because it's such a big source of data for businesses, we feel like everyone, technical or not, should be able to work with that data and turn it into value. That value can be artificial intelligence. It can also be business intelligence, and it's simply insights that you get from that raw truth.
It's interesting how a lot of companies end up kind of starting in one direction, finding a different direction, but then also are kind of almost born out of the need for people to kind of scratch their own itch, so to speak. Like, there's nothing that exists that allows me to do this. Why is that? Let's just build it. So it sounds as though it was kind of a fairly sort of organic process.
Organic, sometimes painful, when you're looking for product market fit, and you realize that either what you're building has a lot of competition or is not differentiated enough. But clearly our initial thesis, we kind of always followed a North Star, which was that starting from that data in order to build a value would allow teams to really get to the ground truth, and more importantly, to figure out what were the important things that they need to solve. And to be able to focus and prioritize on those things first, because they could see from the real data and sometimes be surprised, because when you adopt a top-down approach, you don't always have that visibility.
So we've mentioned the term data a number of times. Yep. We've mentioned the term unstructured data a number of times. For those in the room that may require, what exactly are we talking about when we're talking about unstructured data?
Yeah, so unstructured data for natural language, what we mean is really raw data that hasn't gone through any kind of processing. So something that has been either said out loud via voice or typed out. That can be from a customer, an employee, or stakeholder. And so in the case of natural language, it can be utterances, it can be multi-turn dialogues, it can be longer form documents like email. And the channels that data transits across can be live chat logs, it can be chatbot logs, call center logs, emails, voice of the customer data like product reviews, etc. So really anything that is straight from a human and put down.
And you mentioned there that it can be used for a bunch of different things. It can be used for training AI models. It can be used for informing the business about areas that it needs to either improve or hidden areas of demand that they might not have forsaken. What would be an example of how you would use unstructured data in a conversational AI use case? Let's take all them channels you've just mentioned. Email, chat, social media. Like, there's a whole bunch of conversations businesses are having in all these different channels. How would you use that data to create either a roadmap or a kind of like a language model, for example?
So the unstructured data really is the ground truth to what your customers or employees are thinking and saying right now. So ultimately it informs, it's the closest thing to a pure signal of what your business needs to build or problems that it might be facing. So in the case of conversational AI, of course, like with virtual assistants, you're trying to provide the best self-serve experience. We're trying to deflect and automate as much of the experience as possible. So the first thing it can do is inform you on what are the most important or what are the questions that your customers or problems that they're facing. And then it provides the data to then go and build solutions to solve the problems. And that can be, an automation, so it can be AI training data that you get from the unstructured data. But it can also be an insight into like a product improvement or a process or an operation improvement that you need to make. So I think what's interesting that we see is that the ability to leverage that unstructured data can transform a bit the way that companies think about the digital transformation roadmap itself, because in a lot of cases we're trying to jump ahead and automate things. But the reality is that there's a lot of investment done in other areas, and that can be product that can be improved directly without even touching AI, but simply by starting from what the data tells you. You'll discover edge cases, you'll discover what the non-perfect paths are and be able to adapt things around that.
It's, I find it's almost staggering that when a lot of businesses begin creating kind of conversational AI applications, they begin by making a whole bunch of assumptions about what's actually happening. And it's almost like the two of us sat in an office debating amongst ourselves how we think this conversation should be, how we think this language model should be created, what training data do we think needs to go into that language model, and we just sit in this little room, cut off from the world, build one, and then put it in production and wonder why it's a load of rubbish. It just staggers me that people don't begin with the conversations that they're actually having already and use that to inform everything that they do. How much of what you do with Human First is, because for me, honestly, it's a perfect product market fit because there is a huge need, but how much of what you do is around educating people that this is possible, this is what you should be doing, trying to kind of like counteract some of the potentially bad practice, versus just sitting there and being like, this exists and people are finding it because there's a real huge demand for it and all people already know that they need it, kind of thing?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I would say that it's still very much something that we have to work on in terms of like informing people that now the capabilities exist, obviously through tools like Human First, but I think there's a lot of technical innovation that's happened over the last very, very short period. We're talking few years and sometimes even recently months that are actually allowing tools like ours to unlock these capabilities. So it's definitely something that people are waking up to, but we have a lot of work to do to help them identify how they can apply this to their own use cases. And
there's challenges in that, because we mentioned at the beginning that a lot of businesses don't think they've got any data, and even if they do, the challenge, I suppose, from your perspective is, how on earth do you take a bunch of transcripts that random utterances from customer conversations and get it to a place where you can make sense of it in order to inform either business strategy, product strategy, or conversational AI strategy? Like, what are the challenges that you've had to face in doing that?
Yeah, so to leverage the unstructured data, I think there's a few different capabilities that you need to have. So the first one is the ability to explore that data really efficiently. And the analogy I use is, suppose instead of unstructured natural language data, it was tabular data that your company was generating, in these volumes, but that you didn't have a tool that allowed you to look at that tabular data in rows and columns. Like the efficiency in your ability to actually, take that data and make it very useful like you do with Excel would be, lost. And it's really the same thing with natural language data, because natural language data requires different capabilities to work with it efficiently. Control F, to explore data and to figure out what's in it is very, very inefficient. So you have to start with, the latest in machine learning and the latest in developments to be able to do that exploration. Then you have to be able to structure the data that you're discovering really efficiently. And what's interesting is that a lot of different stakeholders will have different ways of interpreting and of wanting to structure that data, and very valuable. So if they're trying to solve a problem A, for them the same utterance or the same document might be organized in a very different way as another stakeholder. And so you need a tool that makes it very, very easy and flexible and creative in building that kind of knowledge. Thirdly, you need to be able to take that data and apply it, make it into actionable, something that you can actually use. And so, you know, on the insight side, or like in terms of sharing that, it can be as simple as making it easy to export or to integrate into other platforms. The same way Excel is very easy to, you know, push into BI tools for further analysis. And for AI, you know, you need to go a step further. You have data, but now you need to ensure that the quality of that data is really high, and that when you're going to be using it to train a model, everything that you add to it is going to, you know, positively affect that model. So these are all capabilities that you need to be able to use. And I think what's very hard, or what's been hard, is that it's been limited to very technical stakeholders so far because of the nature of the tools that were used. So, you know, our solution, and I think that this is in trend with, or following kind of trend of enterprise and companies being, you know, really willing to use no-code tooling and to more and more like turn towards tools that allow non-technical stakeholders to do the same type of work. So I think we're really at the right time to be, you know, allowing customers to do this.
It is, I mean, you're right, that because we tried to do something similar, not in terms of build the tool, but we had a need, and we've always had a need really, you know, many years ago, to try and take a bunch of transcripts, make sense of it, figure out how we turn that into a conversation, and then go on from there, and then make sure that what you build, the language model that you build, is actually working, given that training data. And we lost a lot of time trying to build something ourselves because it's just so complex. So, and obviously human first, it makes it a lot kind of easier. There's no code involved and stuff like that. Is there any particular skills that you think people do need to have, though, in order to do it? Whether it's for building a conversational AI application, whether it's for doing general analysis around the broader kind of customer experience and business strategy, are there any particular skills that people need to be able to leverage the tool effectively?
Yeah, I think like all tools, and you know, Excel is another good example. You know, even though I only use 2% of Excel, but I still have to learn kind of the technical part of that. And I think for building with natural language, probably having, you know, analytical skills is good. Being able to think in different levels of abstraction, I think helps as well, because what we found is that the best way to kind of start understanding and building this knowledge out of the unstructured data is to go with a bottom-up approach, where you start with kind of organizing things in very high-level topics and then breaking them down. So I think the ability to think and to break things down and to kind of refactor data is an important skill. But ultimately, I think what's important is that any domain expert that has access to data at some point, you know, will stand from even simply being able to explore it and look at it and organize things more efficiently. You know, it's something that we do with Control F. You know, you search for things and you organize them. So ultimately, it's really a question of the tool should be unlocking this for pretty much anyone. It's just how far you take it, much like the same tool Excel can be used at 2% or at 99% of its capabilities. It's the same tool, it's the same interface. And I think that's the analogy that we see as well for Human First.
It's really good. So for those that haven't seen the podcast we did with Corbus, who's actually over there in the back there, one of the things that Corbus mentioned when he was at Vodafone that they used to do in his team was every week on a certain day get the whole team to review chat transcripts and go through line by line manually reading the chat transcripts just to empathize with what customers are actually saying and what people are actually doing. And you can get so much from that. We were working on something, Ben over there has been working actually with the tool with a debt collection client, and we found through reading the transcripts and through being able to cluster that data and make sense of it, there's a whole bunch of people that are like really, really super concerned. Obviously, they're being approached about getting, you know, you're behind on payments or you owe us money and that kind of stuff, and they're saying, I'm at my wit's end, like I can't afford it and stuff like that, and I don't know what to do, and it's people really, really concerned, which completely changed the approach that we had to create the experience. It wasn't like a relaxed, casual, kind of like chirpy thing. We understand that we need to have empathy and we need to be actually quite serious because people are really genuinely concerned. So yes, it's about analysing the data and understanding where you should start and formulating your roadmap, informing your business strategy, but also at a very practical, boots on the ground level, it can change how you craft the experience and everything, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you give your product team, the ability to go and say, show me the last 50 conversations where, a customer expressed this type of concern, the 50 customers will have expressed it 50 different ways. It would be impossible for, to go, again, find those different conversations. But with a way to go and look contextually at the before, the after, and to slice and dice kind of that much more efficiently, that's where you start understanding that there's a lot of value simply from having that ability to look at raw data, but in a structured way.
Where do you find is a place that, I mean, it's obvious, for me, if you're looking at building conversational AI systems, it's obvious to go to things like live chat, call recordings, things like that, places where there's already conversations happening. Where do you think is a good place for people to go to try and find insights that's not necessarily obvious? Is there any like hidden Easter eggs or hidden gems that you've noticed where customers have been able to find some real kind of interesting insights?
Yeah, so the one thing that we did with one customer, they didn't have any chat data, but the first thing they set up was a help center. Much like every single company out there has a help center with a knowledge base. And customers typically go there as a first starting point if they don't see a chatbot. And so the search queries in these tools like Zendesk are extremely informative because they really tell you what people are trying to find. And what's interesting there as well is that data can also, be analyzed to understand where the gaps in the knowledge base are. And this is a really interesting kind of topic that we've asked ourselves, like, why is there not more investment given this into the help centers with all the tooling now to make sense of this data? You start from figuring out like these questions that people ask that don't even have an answer. So you will not solve them with the chatbot if you haven't even, figured out that it's something that your business needs to provide to users. So that's a source of data that I think most companies have through their help center, and it can be a great starting point. Of course, it's not going to provide you with the training data to train a chatbot that will understand the different ways the users will ask. But again, it probably leads you to have a good understanding of the volume of requests around certain types, and maybe even say, okay, well, like a first step in our transformation journey might be, to beef up our content and to provide specific answers to these things in our help articles that we don't have today.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And even we mentioned earlier, beyond creating conversational AI applications, you mentioned informing content. What are some of the other benefits, maybe beyond that, wider kind of like business benefits that you might see from being able to take all of that unstructured data from all your different channels and kind of analyze it? Are there any kind of examples that you've seen of where it's being able to be used to, I don't know, I think you've highlighted one blind spot. People are asking this question, we don't have that content. Any other examples like that are not strictly related to conversational AI as such?
Yeah, so everything related to CX, improving the customer experience, I think that is really where there's going to be a lot of applications when you better understand how, and can analyze the voice of the customer data. So we're starting to work with one of the big insurance companies in Quebec, and their flow is, entirely through their mobile app and through their product, and it's a very kind of linear flow. 9 out of people drop out of that self-serve flow and have to talk to a human agent. And so they're analyzing the human-to-human conversations, not to automate them, but first to figure out what are we missing even in the options that we provide in the forms. Like, what are we missing there that make our heuristics hand off that conversation to a human, right? And that's probably going to lead to product or process improvements way before it leads to a new channel like a chatbot or automation. And I think that's an interesting kind of example of the type of prioritization and the type of, information that you're going to get. But what's really great is that building this, the process of doing it, you are building a very, very valuable data practice and centralized data store that can be used to then, further build on that, right? You can build automation if you have that data because it's training data, it's structured training data. You can build analytics, you can build dashboards that will help your customer support team understand volumes and things. So I think starting from the data is a very critical capability that most teams that we're talking to are starting to see that, it's a foundational block almost, instead of being something that you tack on after you've kind of decided on what the solution will be.
Yeah, it's interesting. The slide I showed earlier on was about we did a bunch of workshops with a bunch of about 50 different businesses, and the challenges that they were telling us they were facing under the technology kind of category was all around data. It was all around the ability to use data. It was all around even the importance of it, because it seems obvious when you hear you talk about it and stuff like that, the amount of data that exists and how valuable that could be to inform your strategy and your conversational AI applications. But there seems to be that it still seems to be a challenge, and so it's the opportunity is there at the minute, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, it's because I think that until now, it's been very much limited to data science teams. It's been something that either has been very technical if you want to do it in a very custom way, and I think that's led to kind of expectations being lowered in a sense, because there are platforms, there are solutions out there to analyze voice of the customer data. There's black box models, for sentiment analysis, but they're so general and so hard to fine tune to your specific data that ultimately it's hard to get actionable value. And I think we've been in this state where they've existed, but where the expectations are quite low in terms of what you can get out of it. Whereas now you're speaking about large language models, and what's extremely exciting about those is that with much less data, you can get as accurate and much more granular capabilities to understand what's happening. And so this is really allowing you to spend less time on the labeling and on the very heavy, intensive or workforce intensive side, and spend time instead on the creative side almost of structuring and of deciding like how you want that data, to map to your business problems. And I think that's really exciting because it's a much more creative, field, and people working in this, like it's fun almost to discover actions. And of course, if you have to label a lot of stuff, that's not fun.
Yeah. Interesting. Has anyone got any questions for Greg before we wrap up now? You must have done a very good... Yes, Raj.
Which large language models are you already doing?
So we just announced a partnership with Cohere last week, but we're also, so we're plugging into the Hugging Face ecosystem to allow customers to kind of pull in a large number of large language models. And we're also going to integrate with OpenAI and Bloom, but right now our direct integration was Cohere. No, it's a very human-in-the-loop approach. Yeah.
What about... Thank you, Greg. Don't know if my mic's gone. Is it working twice? No, it's only once. What about the future? You mentioned large language models. Is that what's exciting you most about the future? Any other kind of things and trends that you're seeing related to this that's exciting you at the minute?
So, I mean, we're very excited by voice data, and because it's by and large, the biggest volume of data still being generated, and also because the models to understand that and to transcribe that now to text are becoming extremely performant. So, OpenAI announced Whisper 2 weeks ago with almost human quality transcripts out of the box with nothing to do, and that's completely changing the opportunities that call centers and other companies have now. They now have actual, vast volumes of data that can be transcribed and that have a high signal in them. And I think that's going to be, lead to massive use cases around analytics, agent assist, agent augmentation, and also like these same insights, because of course, the longer the conversations, probably the more information you have about your customers in them.
I might have to borrow that. I think my mic's packed in. Cool. Well, Greg, thank you so much. Thank you very much. It was absolutely fantastic. Round of applause for Greg. Greg Whiteside, thank you very much. Don't forget, cap and T-shirt on the way out. Yes. Wicked, wicked. Thank you. Cool. Okay. We are here, the last session of the day. It's been a fantastic day so far. It's been absolutely amazing. Thank you all for joining us. Now we have Peru Amradkar from AI Sierra. Here's Peru. I found out today that you have 45 patents to your name.
Yeah, I know.
Absolute legend, a real legend. So take it away, Peru. Thank you very much. There is the mic. There's a clickers over here.
Awesome. Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
All good. I think we can hear.
Awesome. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Puru, and I'm a Chief Product Officer at Ivr. And today's talk is all about, how do you go about actually improving the customer experience using AI and automation. So that's essentially the topic. So if you look at what's happening today in the world, right, pretty much inflation is going high, markets are going down, and pretty much every leader in the organization is essentially figuring out what do they need to do, right? And one of the key things the leaders are struggling is around, how do they basically go about actually cutting the cost on the licenses they are using for tools or subscriptions which they have, right? Similarly, they're thinking about, how can I do more with the less? Like, how can I actually reduce the number of resources which I have? How can I actually apply some kind of an automation or some tools which will help me actually reduce the overall cost, right? And typically, if you look at when it comes to the cost, the first thing they will try to look at it is around the support. How can I actually go about actually reducing the cost around support? Because that's the easiest thing, that's the less impactful from their perspective that they can do from the business perspective, right? And if you look at it, this is one of the, I would say, the most common mistakes which is being done by the leaders is that when they start actually cutting down the cost around the support. If you look at, there was a great research done by actually the analyst firm, which they basically talked about is that, if a user has one bad experience, he's definitely going to think about whether they want to continue that brand or the service which they have, right? And if they get more than 2, guaranteed 90% of the users are going to walk away, right? And that's the huge impact actually when it comes to the customer experience, and when you have a customer bad experience, which means you are going to have a churn, right? And given the economic conditions, you really don't want to have a churn or customers you're walking away from your business, right? And that's one of the key mistakes the leaders end up making when they decide, I want to cut the cost actually onto the support side, right? And how do I go about actually then that, making sure that, what are the impacts before I go into the, what we can do? I want to give you a couple of good examples around it, right? So how many of you have guys use Robinhood? Like, anybody has used Robinhood? It's basically right? So you can go and look it up actually you can do a Google and you can find it. How much time does it take actually to unlock your account if you forgot your password on a Robinhood, right? It's a very classic case been documented, right? So creation of an account when it comes to signing up for the Robinhood is actually much more easier. Within 2 minutes you can sign up for it. But let's say you somehow ended up losing your password or somehow you don't remember it. Actually, it takes more than 4 days to get back that. The reason being, they always focused on a growth, but they never thought about, how they want to support their customers, right? It was more of an afterthought for them saying that, and this is pretty standard when it comes to a lot of actually hyper-growth companies. They're so much focused on actually growing their customer base, but they are not really thinking about, how actually they can continue to support that existing customer base, right? And if you have a dissatisfied customers, of course, there's definitely going to be a churn or, most likely they're going to walk away from that, right? But then there are other customers who have been thinking about they want to basically go and actually invest into building some better customer experiences, right? And if you look at the Erica from Bank of America, there's a chatbot has been very powerful. Some people have very bad experience around that, right? But the amount of money they poured into it, like, it's unbelievable, right? Now, the question always comes: do you want to buy? Do you want to build yourself, right? And I think there's a question, that's a hidden cost when you want to deliver really a good experience, right? Like, do you want to wait for 12 months, 18 months to get to that right experience and give it to her? Or do you want to basically use something which is out there and start playing with it and start experimenting with it, right? And then last one is that when organizations or enterprises have started looking at these solutions, their focus has been very siloed. Like, oh, I want to do 2 things, and if I find the right solution, I'm happy with it. And that's one of the biggest mistake when it comes to the customer experience, because you want to basically tie the customer journey end to end. You want to make sure that you really understand the customer. You are actually providing the better personalization to the users, right? And these are some of the, what I would say, the hidden costs, right? Especially for the hyper-growth companies or even for the established, they kind of make essentially when they are trying to evaluate the solutions, or they ignore that, they have to actually make their existing customers as a first-class citizen when they are trying to actually help them or support them. So what are the challenges when it comes to the current methodology, current support which is out there in the market, right? So I'll give you a good example, right? Like, if you try, actually, I was watching Kane's video he posted, I think, a week or back, and he was talking about that, he was trying to change the address for his bank, I believe, and he got onto the call. They asked him a bunch of questions. He was on the call maybe for 25 minutes, and in the end they said, oh, you're talking to the wrong person. I'm going to basically take you redirect you to the right person, right? That's essentially a very frustrating experience. Like, they didn't have essentially a context who the Kane is, like, what he's asking for. They couldn't even figure it out. He's asking about the change of address. Maybe he has to come physically to the bank and he has to change it. It took more than 25 minutes to figure it out, right? So having information about the user, what they're asking for it, and how actually, so that's very important. That's what it goes back to a personalization, right? And that's what is lacking today when it comes to the support, right? And that's essentially is why the customers are frustrated, why they don't like actually talking to the people over the phone or to the agents, right? And moreover, the agents are also getting fatigued, right? They are getting constantly huge volume of the calls or tickets, and they're constantly trying to figure it out how actually they are going to actually fix it. So you end up adding more agents, which basically becomes unsustainable in terms of a cost. And these are some of the challenges, what I have seen when it comes to the support or the customer support, right? So what actually people are looking for, right? So people are looking for a proactive solution. Like, I'll give you an example. One of our customers in healthcare, right? When you are basically scheduling an appointment with a doctor, and let's say for some reason doctor cannot make that appointment, right? What they wanted is essentially is that, not just an inform a patient saying that, the appointment is getting canceled, but they want an option saying that here are the 4 options which are available for you to schedule a next appointment, right? So they want to be more proactive, and that proactive action can basically fulfill their request. It's not then again picking up the phone and trying to figure it out, what date it works. So they want to provide that kind of a proactive experience, right? More importantly, when it comes to talking to an agent, or when you are talking to the agent over the chat, they want to actually fulfill their request. They want basically someone to actually take care of that issue or their request right there itself. They want basically essentially someone who can either provide a self-service experience, or they can actually fulfill the request at the same time. And from an agent perspective, right, agent need more help, because given the amount of tickets, voice calls, what they are getting, they really need help. So what kind of a help we can provide, either through an automation, either through an AI, right? And that's where basically what we are saying, that we have to reimagine or reinvent the customer experience which we are offering to the users through the support. So let me talk about, like how we can use actually AI, right? This is one of the interesting slides actually which I got from one of the presentations. So if you look at it, like, someone is asking something, the bot responded something, and then again it came back with something, right? Now, bot really didn't understand what the user is asking, right? Because, and then he said, something, and then the user said something, and then he said, oh, thank you for your feedback. One of the key thing is that understanding the context about what the user is talking about, where is he coming from? And that's where the AI really can be a powerful, right? How we can actually generate that context, how we can make it actually that personalized one-on-one conversation using an AI, right? I'll give you an example, another example. I recently bought a watch for my son, the Apple Watch, and I was trying to add that into this. They have a concept of a family group, and we created an account for him, and then I couldn't basically add him into the family group. So I called that 1-800 number, and then the moment I called that number, the first thing that it was the AI-driven conversation, that there was a voice bot, and the first thing that bot said is that, looks like you recently bought the Apple Watch, and maybe you're trying to add the Apple Watch into the family group, right? That's all about a context, right? That is all about like personalization, right? So if you look at these companies like Google, Apple, Facebook, they have really nailed that how they can actually personalize the context which they are going to provide either through an AI or through an automation, right? And this is where actually the whole world is moving, which is how can we actually personalized, context-driven conversations with the users, right? And there was a great study actually done recently, which basically talked about how actually the AI-driven customer experiences essentially are helping organizations improve their revenue, right? We have seen 6 to 10% of revenue just can be improved if you are providing this context-driven, personalized actually experiences to the users. So now it comes to that, what is really required in order to do this, right? How can we get a very similar experience which we get in our day-to-day life, either through Apple Siri or Alexa from Amazon, right? One of the key thing is about identifying what type of a data which you have within your organization, right? And how you can orchestrate all of that data together. And more importantly, you have to start experimenting. Don't try to make a perfect solution on a day one, right? You have to start experimenting. And the last one is that you have to have essentially what we call the real-time context about the user, about the end user who's actually going to interact with you. So now let me talk about, how we can actually really apply an AI. So I'm moving from AI to very specifically to a conversational AI, right? So if you look at it, pretty much every industry, we can apply a conversational AI, be a retail industry, healthcare industry, the technical support, which you want to provide it to the high tech, right? So every industry can actually leverage a conversational AI, right? So here are some of the examples, right? If you look at it, what is happening is that, every conversation which users are having with either with the agents or when they're creating tickets, these are some of the standard things which are happening, right? Somebody asking about the status of an order. Somebody is asking about, I just want to claim for my car accident, right? So every walk of a life, these different types of conversations are happening, right? And what we can not only are happening within your customer support world, but if you are for your own employees as well, when it comes to an IT, when it comes to an HR, when it comes to the finance, when it comes to the facilities, these are all conversations are happening within the organization itself, and how actually we can go about actually providing what we call the personalized experience, right? So there are key trend which is happening within the industry. Like everybody talks about this digital transformation, right? So there are three things which every organization is expecting, which is a speed, speed at which they can actually go and actually resolve the issue for the customer, that intelligence they can provide, and then the last one is about experience. Like, people are expecting the service to be 24/7. So if you look at today, right, when you use Instagram, if you use Facebook, or for that matter, any social application, you never actually end up actually calling their support. I mean, raise your hands if you have ever called a support for Instagram or Uber, right? So most of the things are being taken care actually by themselves, by the app itself, by the services itself. That's kind of an experience the users are also experiencing, expecting when they're actually talking to the agents over the phone, or even when they're actually creating the ticket as a part of the case creation, right? So the question is now, like, how can we really actually apply AI and automation to really supercharge that conversational experience, right? So there are three key pieces I would say there are, right? One is, how can we empower the users through a self-service, right? How can we not be in the middle of what they're trying to do it, right? Either they are on a phone, or whether they are actually on a chat, if you look, or they are doing a messaging, right? How can we provide that self-service experience to the users itself? The more importantly, when we are providing that self-service experience, their expectation is that, when I'm going through that experience, my request is getting fulfilled, right? I want the resolution instantaneously. I don't want somebody saying that, okay, now I need to escalate to the agent, or I will get some other help to actually resolve that particular issue, right? That's what they are expecting actually when it comes to that. So AI on the conversation side, automation along with that to essentially provide that self-service experience. And then the last one is actually for your agents. How can we make your agent superhero, right? How can we apply an AI so that the agents are becoming superheroes? They can reduce the mean time to resolution for the tickets because they have enough context, they have all the information which they need at their fingertips, essentially to resolve that particular issue. So let me talk about that, how Ivr AI is actually helping, right? So if you look at this, the diagram, right? It has basically some of the things. So I'll start from my right side, right, or your left side. So if you look at it, the experience happens is essentially when you open a ticket with the case with the agent, or you send when you send an email to the agent is essentially going through your tickets or your question, right? And he's trying to basically figure it out how he's going to solve it, right? Now, this is where we can really apply an AI, right? Where we can provide the information about the customer, which is customer intelligence, whether that customer sentiment, how the customer sentiment is, how many similar cases has been created in the past, how actually, whether the customer is about to churn, right? Now, that similarly, as you go from left to the right, now we can come talk about an automation. Now, that automation can be applied by an agent when he's trying to fulfill the user request, right? Eventually, you want to get to the furthermore left, which is where you want to provide what we call the self-service, right? Which is how, through a conversational experience, we can offer what we call a self-service to the user. And the holy grail of all of it is that, can you predict what the user is going to ask? Can you predict what the question he's going to have, right? And if you look at from an Ivr perspective, this is the whole spectrum of products or application solutions which we offer, right? Which is on the tickets, on the agent side, what we call an AI assist. From a user perspective, is all about self-service through conversational AI. That conversational AI could be a digital bot or a conversational AI through a voice bot itself. And then the last thing is all what we call about, can we start actually anticipating what the user request is going to be, what the user is going to have a problem, right? So So this is all about actually proactively reaching out to the users and telling them that, oh, maybe, your subscription is about to expire, maybe it's time to renew it. Maybe your quota which you have actually onto your storage is exceeding. Now, do you want to renew, right? So how can we go and proactively reach out to them and actually help them understand and resolve their issues, right? So that they don't even have to come and create a request or actually pick up a phone and actually try to call the agent, right? So where can we apply this AI automation, right? It is not just about, you're applying onto the agent side or onto the customer side, but there are various other departments. You can apply it onto the sales side, you can apply it onto the RevOps side, you can apply it onto the marketing side, right? So there are various applications where you can really apply it, right? So now I'm going to go a little more into conversational AI side, right? So this is one of the study done by a Comcast, right? A lot of people basically come and ask about, I want to pay my bill, right? But what they have realized is that there are 1,700 ways they have identified somebody can ask that same question. Now this is where the innovation has happened in the last 5 to 10 years, right? Which is if you look at it today, the evolution has happened like, on the NLP side, which is going it from the keyword search to understanding and extracting the things from the user, what the user is talking about, either over the phone or through a text or through a messaging or through an email, right? And then essentially applying the various types of a language model. That was the second generation of, I would say, the NLP and NLU, right? The third generation is which is what Ivr has done, which is, right, how can we add an attention to those language models by adding something about that particular domain, right? So when I'm talking about I want to pay my bill, I'm talking about, let's say in case of a Comcast, which is basically a telecom company or the media company, right? That's the context. Now I need to understand that context, and I need to actually provide an answer. And this is where the uniqueness comes from an Ivr perspective, which is that we are adding an attention to what the user is asking from that domain. And that attention essentially comes from an ontology and an intent taxonomy. And this is what I would say the uniqueness about an Ivr. So why this whole, then the IVR industry is thriving now, right? If you look at today, a typical contact center or any telephone system, right? You end up saying that, oh, press 1, press 2, press 3. The reason being that there was no innovation was done in the past about saying that, I can really understand what the user is talking and I can directly connect to him, right? And this is where the new flavor of the new innovations which are being onto the language models are coming into the play, right? Now, as the user is conversing over the phone, on a chat, on an email, you really don't have to go through that tree of a conversation, dialogue, whatever the way they have built it. You can directly get him to the answer, right? And this is really the power of the next generation of the language models which are being built, right? And Ivr essentially provides the what we call the AI for contact center, right? So we integrate with a lot of existing your contact center solutions, be it Cisco, Avaya, Genesys, or you might be using also AWS contact center or Google CCAI, right? All of those things, essentially what we are doing is that we are connecting with all of these essentially systems, taking essentially the speech to text, right? And then we are applying our NLP, NLU, and then automation to essentially fulfill that user request. And when we are sending it back to the request, of course, again, we are using the contact center solutions from text to speech capability perspective, and then we are sending it back to over the voice, or could be on a chat itself. I know I'm running pretty much low on the time at this time. So I have a couple of more slides, and then I will take more questions from you guys. So this is essentially around, how the self-service can be provided on a web chat, on a phone, where you have a knowledge base, could be automations coming from your existing systems, and how Ivr can actually fulfill that one, right? So I'm going to take one more slide, and I'm going to pause here and see if you guys have any questions. And this is our last slide where Ivr offers what we call no-code, low-code studio, where the customers can come in and can start building their workflows. Today, we provide more than 2,000 workflows out of the box, these templates. Anybody can come in and actually can start leveraging that. Somebody added some time, so I'm going to go a couple of more slides, and then actually I'm going to take more questions. So this is some of the areas what we have seen, we can think about the automation perspective, right? Either that can be coming from the phone, through email. We can provide that assistance to the agents within their console itself. That could be sort of Salesforce, ServiceNow, Service Cloud, consoles, any of those things. So I'm going to pause here and see if you guys have any questions. If not, I can go over a couple of case studies from the customers. Questions? Oh, I think that's it, guys. Thank you very much. Any questions from you, Ken?
I think you did a good job of explaining it. So you said you had some customer case studies. Yeah. Any examples of where this stuff is being used?
Yeah. So here are the few customers who are actually using Ivr. The well-known brand is Zoom. Everybody knows about it. Can we have a microphone, please?
Oh, sorry.
So one of the well-known brand is Zoom. So Zoom uses for their customer support. So they basically came to an Ivr around the pandemic time, right? So as everybody knows that during pandemic, everybody started using Zoom, and there was a huge volume of the tickets actually they started getting it. And they didn't have enough agents essentially to handle that. And that's when essentially, the first thing what Ivr helped them is to go through the entire backlog of their tickets, either came through the email or somebody coming through the website, and actually we help them actually provide what we call an auto resolution of the tickets, right? So we will auto resolve those tickets and send the resolution to the user. That could be the resolution for their billings inquiries, could be technical supports, right? Another great example is a Carta. Carta is basically the similar to the NASDAQ, but it's basically the private, losing the word, the private exchange for the companies so that they can trade their stocks. Especially is actually used for the startup companies, right? And what they have seen is that they did actually recently a webinar with us, and the Dave actually, who is essentially the VP of their customer support, and his testimony was that more than 75% of their tickets are getting resolved through an Ivr, right? McAfee is another one. Dave Banking is another one who is actually using on their mobile app. So Dave Banking is basically for the millennial bank users, the banking application, and pretty much all of their support is actually done through the Dev Banking app. So here are some of the customers who are using for various use cases.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. That was fantastic.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Cool. Well, actually, there's quite a few. Wow. There is quite a few. Thank you, Peru. Let's get you, obviously, the commemorative VUX World cap and T-shirt.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Cool. Well done. Wow. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, God, there is some slides here. Well, you would have been here all night if we'd have got through all these slides. Cool. Well, that's it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That's a wrap. Thank you so much for sticking around till the end. Really, really appreciate it. It's been absolutely fantastic. We've had so many interesting case studies, so many great pieces of content, and so many great talks. Thank you so much to everyone who's came. Thank you to all of our speakers, all of our sponsors. It's been absolutely immense. If you are interested in having a chat, continuing the knowledge sharing, so to speak, we will be at Highline from 7 p.m. tonight. So it's literally round the corner from the hotel, up the road, walking distance. We'll have a bit of a party. So there you go. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And hopefully, we'll see you at the next one. I think this might end up becoming a thing, this whole kind of in-person thing. It's really catching on, isn't it? Getting together, getting away from the screens and all that lot. So yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it, and have a good night.